viewers. Oh, where's me head? There's no head. And that thing. That thing too. Okay, that's better. Alright, welcome to today's stream. I hope you are well. I see there's a couple of people sitting in the view list. So that's good news. Now we're going to make some scenarios today. And we're also... just get my monitor working. Hello, CCT Mitch. Good to see you. For those who don't know, CCT Mitch is training to be a fireman on a heritage railway with me. And it's awesome fun. Good to see you up and about, mate. All right then. So today we're going to make some scenarios in Train Sim World 3. And that means we're also going to have a bit of a look at the upgraded Oakville and Peninsula Corridor. So we're going to start with Oakville because Oakville will be quicker. Now, you may have seen a video I put up the other day where I did actually make a scenario with some player trains and the like in it. And I did this to pretty much learn how this route works from a scenario perspective, because it's got a whole lot of extra scenario points, places that you can do things. But let's not cheat and use that one. Let's go create new. And let's do this one. Oh, what should we call this? Busy day at Oakie. Now, I can't say Oakville because it won't let me save one with Oakville in it. So, busy day at Oakie. That's life. All right, so press A to begin designing your new scenario. So, if you have any questions while I'm going through this, please just let me know. Hopefully, levels are okay. Looks all right from my perspective. Hopefully, I'm not yelling at you. Let me turn the game down a little bit just for me. All right, so... we've basically got a whole bunch of points where we can actually add scenarios. So there's heaps of them now, which is pretty cool. So Aldershot, which is down here near the curve, that's a passenger station. We've got Appleby, which is, to zoom out, about halfway along, also a passenger station. Bronte, also a passenger station. Now, one of the things I'd love to see, and I have commented Dovetail on about, and it hasn't happened, I'd love to see whether they're north or south. So I'd love to see in here, so it's not always north and south, obviously, but what I'd love to see here is, say, Bronteville, Oakville, Bronteville, whatever the other one is at the other end. There's Burlington. Now, this is where it gets interesting. There's all these little industrial sector tracks all over the place. So we can get to these, and some of these are actually really big yards. This yard's massive. I don't know how much of it you can use. And there's that one, which is in there as well. And that one. And that's right at the end, a maintenance depot. So we'll see what we can do with that one. Petrochemical plant. This is another massive yard that goes right through a whole lot of buildings. Mitch asks, can you change the numbers on locos when you add them into the game? Not in this one. You can in Train Sim Classic. Train Sim Classic, you've got scripting and you can do almost anything you want. Almost. Oakville up the far end. There's another yard right behind it as well, which is that one. Not sure if you can add a passenger thing coming out of the yard. That would be interesting. Is a rail vehicle manufacturing plant. So if we had a defective passenger, we could take it here. That's an interesting concept. There's West Harbour, which is the last passenger station. Now, this is a little bit of a misnomer on this route because this one's actually just around the corner. It's not actually on this part of the line. You have to go around the corner to get to it. West Harbour Yard Track 5, Yard Track 15, and Yard Track 16. There's plenty of yards to play with. So, I think, where should we start? Should we go upwards or should we go downwards? I think what we might do is start up this end, which is Oakville. And what do we want to run? Do we want to run freight or want to run passenger? I think we might run freight today. So let's start in Oakville Yard Track 5. And we want to go, yeah, all right, we'll go to, well, this is going to put us round the bottom. So if you remember, if I zoom the map out, if I go to this point, it's going to take us down the bottom, which means we won't see any of this. So I don't actually want to go there. That's a bit boring. So let's go back and for our player train, because I want to put the player train in first because it sets the times for everything else. It's kind of important. Let's start at one of these other ones. So let's start here at the petrochemical one. That's only going to be a bit of a short train. What about that one? That's 500 meters. That should be long enough. Let's try, can we have something that's longer in here maybe? What's that one? No, that's in there as well. So we'll go with this one. And we'll do a little tank train of some kind. Now that's letting us go to there, which is actually in here, or West Harbour Yard. So it's not letting us go up to the under end of the line. That's a bit disappointing. All right. Back to plan A. We'll run a passenger and we'll see how much stuff we can get to pass us. Let's do that. All right. So let's go back up to... Now, are we allowed to run a passenger out of Oakville Yard? Yes, we are. I think Aldershock, that goes through the stations and then into West Harbour Yard, but not to the last station. This is proving a little more challenging than I thought. The locos that come with this map, I think it's a GP9 and a SD38 or a GP38, whatever it is. Hello, NJTE. But I'm going to use something else on it. All right, so let's start at Oakville Station. Oakville Track 3. Let's see if that's the station that goes to the other end. No, it's not. So I'm playing this as though I'm a new player. And I've never touched this map before because I kind of know where these things go. So we're going to do a southbound, and we are going to do a passenger. And we're going to confirm our path. We're going to go all the way to the end. West Harbour Platform 3. And we're going to stop at Allstrax. Now, I know that to get to West Harbour Platform 3, down here, which is actually just about here, it takes about 27 minutes. So that's how we're going to set all of our other times up. And naturally enough, we'll use a Bubby Bullet. Why not? And that one will be long enough. And we should be loaded. Well, passengers on it. So this will be Player 1. You notice I always name them Player 1? In the hope that one day we might get multiplayer. Let's go for 7 AM. Is player controlled? Yes. Is passenger? Yes. Let's just leave those alone. Now that's got our train, so we could run that now. It's going to run from there and it's going to run to there and it'll take about 27 minutes. So knowing that, we can start adding other trains. So first up, there's Aldershot there. Appleby is up closer. And we've got Bronte, which is, I think, the next one down. Yeah, so we'll start our first train at Bronte, and I'll use track 2. Aiden's train at Unstoppable World. Will there be an Amtrak Hiawatha for TSW3? Well, I wouldn't say never. I don't know of anything coming like that, but I wouldn't say never. NJTE says, no passenger services come from the yard from Toronto Union Station, so in the game they start at Oakville. Yeah, they haven't modelled that other yard, unfortunately. That would be cool. And NJTE says, also, Paul, the cab cars face the direction of West Harbour and engines face Toronto. Yeah, so I think doing it this way round, we get to be in an engine. Because, yeah, cab cars. Yuck. Anyway, we're going to do... So that puts me on southbound, which is not actually what I want, is it? I want northbound. Because I don't want to get in the way of myself. Well, that could be fun too, because you get yellow signals. In fact, let's do that. Let's put a freight in there. And we're going to send it down here because it'll be in front of us. And it might be a bit slower than us. So we'll send it out to... we'll send it all the way out. We're not going to see it go that far. And just so it makes life more interesting for us, let's make it stop in the passenger stations just to be annoying. All right. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start this one at the same time we're starting. You know what we might do? Put the little CalTrain on it. And 2 bay hoppers by 18. That's probably a bit long. I want a little short one so we can pretend it's a ballast train. Hoppers by 9. That'll do. Ballast in the way. And we're going to start that at the same time because I know it'll be slower than our train. So it'll force us to play with signals. Player controlled? No. Passenger? No. We want freight. Alright, so that's a little train that'll be running in front of us, and hopefully it'll make the signals yellow as we go down here, and hopefully not red. Yeah, that could go badly, couldn't it? Let's keep going. Alright, so back to... not there yet. Bronte Track 3, confirm start, northbound passenger. Confirm path, Oakville Track 3. We're going to send everything to Oakville Track 3. Doesn't matter. They'll never get there, but that doesn't matter. And that'll be another one of these little passenger services. So we'll send a... we'll do another 4. 4 seems to work pretty well for this one. So this will be AI PAX 1. Seems to let you get away with PAX. Now this one I am going to set off at the same time. Not player controlled, is passenger. So there's AI Packs 1, all good. And NJT says, you want realism, make sure the cab cars face Toronto. You actually don't get a choice, sadly. All right, add new service. And we want to go down to the next one, which will be... Is it Burlington? I don't think it is Burlington. It's Aldershot, isn't it? Aldershot. I think that's the one we want. No, that's right down there. I'm doing silly things. Appleby. Oh, see, yeah, finally got it right. I'm having a clever day today. Now, where does the freight path go? Let's have a bit of variety. I don't know where the freight path goes. It goes to Oakville Yard. Good-o. And what are we going to send there? Do we want it to stop places? Nah, it's a freight. And let's get one of its natives for this one. So let's pop on. Where are its natives? Ah, there we go. What about a GP9? I like the new interface where it's really obvious which ones you can't have. Let's not go with center beams. Let's go with manifest, auto racks, tanks. I won't keep tanks for later. Let's go auto racks. Why not? AI Freight 1. Why do I name them this way? It's just to help keep track of them when I'm trying to figure them out later. So I'm going to set this one off at the same way too. I think the cab car loco depends on, yeah, you choose the MP36 and depending on which way you set the train, it'll use the cab car or not. And this one's not a passenger, it's a freight. So now we've got 4 trains in here, 2 going up, 2 going down. I'm calling them up and down. So we've got these ones covered. We've got a guy that's coming out of here somewhere and running through. So... Hello, Richie Peach. How are you? We'll never see the little freight, the ballast train. So I think we need another one of those so we do see it. So let's go to Aldershot. Yeah, why not? Aldershot. Let's start one out from Aldershot. And this will be another little ballast train. Just so we get to see it, because, you know, they're kind of cool. And, oh yeah, why don't we make it stop in places? You know, because ballast trains stop in passenger platforms. Of course they do. Never happens. Let's pick the GP38 this time. And hoppers loaded, that'll do. AI Freight 2. Now this one I'm not going to set off at 7, because it's a bit early. But I'm going to set it off at 7... Yeah, 7:10 we should see it. It's a freight. Off you go, little freight. Now, what else are we going to add? Because we haven't filled up all of our tracks yet. What about Burlington? Where are you? Where are you, Burlington? Oh, yeah? You're there? Why don't we make you a passenger? Northbound passenger. Confirm. Oakville track 3. And we want you to stop everywhere. That's good. Now, this one will be going off at 7:30 again. So I wonder if you can have passenger cars on this. Because it does pull them on the other route. Ooh, look. Look, look, look. But they'll all be empty. But who cares? That'd be fun. AI Packs 2. And this one, because it's a slow locomotive, I am going to set it off at 7 o'clock. So you need to think about things like that. So that you actually get to see it move. Because it's kind of cool. Alright, so we've got a couple going up, a couple going down. NJT says, Amtrak operates on here. I haven't got any Amtrak stuff loaded at the moment because I haven't got Boston loaded. And Richie Peach says, he's good, very tired, had a very long week. Yes, I can certainly understand that. I think lots of us have quite long weeks. It does seem like long weeks at the moment. It just feels that way. But anyway, that's all good. We haven't quite run out of passenger platforms yet, so let's go to West Harbour. Let's start one out of here. We'll send that to Oakville. It can't get there, but we'll send it there. The reason it can't get there is because it's going to fill up with trains. Now, this one I want to see it a little bit later, so we'll chuck in another passenger. And 5 cars loaded. Yeah, make it a long one. Why not? AI Packs. I think we're up to number 3. I could be wrong. Now, let's run this one out at about 7:10, so we see it about halfway along the route. Alright, so we've got plenty of those now. Actually, you know what I should do? Whoops. Did you see what I did then? I made a mistake. Edit details is player control. I changed the player controlled train then. You know, that never went well in the old version. This will be interesting. See how this goes. Actually, I was just thinking on this one, I might make it go out. Actually, I think it's not edit timetable, it's edit details. I think I might make it go out a little bit later. So we might see it depart. That'd be cool. All right, now, let's add some other freight stuff. So let's find some other places. There's Industrial Sector Track A. All right, so we can send something out of there. And we'll send that northwards. It goes to West Harbour Yard. All right, we'll do that. So we'll get down here in about 27 minutes or so. Hello, Roy. Good morning. How are you? Welcome to the rest of your life. So we should get down here at about 7:27. So let's set this one off from here. It's not very far because this track's not all that far away, but it's a bit of a yards. So let's go for 7. Let's go for 7:20. And hopefully we'll see it still move. If we don't, we'll see it sitting in the yard. Because the whole idea of a busy scenario is to see stuff moving. What about a little... We haven't done a manifest, have we? I want to be careful not picking stuff that's too long, because I don't want to make it block points for us. AI freight, I think we're up to number 3. Player controlled, no. Oops. 7 o'clock. What did I say? 7:20? Freight. And is it worth adding anything else? So there's more industrial tracks, but we probably won't see them unless we can get into another yard. I'm going to be careful not to block ourselves. Let's try and send off a... Let's try and send a tank train out of here. And that, I'm pretty sure, is right next door, so we'd never see it. And that one's down here. And it's a different track to what we can get to, so that's good. And I'm surprised it can make that corner. That could be interesting. I wouldn't have thought you could. Anyway. Why not? Obviously this one has to be tank cars. We got some tank cars? Must have some tank cars. Or am I going to have to... Oh, there we go. Tanks. Now, again, I don't want to make it a long one deliberately. 2 GP38s and 5 tank cars. What? All right, let's go 10. 5's going to look silly. AI freight. And I'm going to give this one a silly name because I'm silly. I can't do thanks for the memories. There we go. Thanks for the memories. Someone's going to say that's thanks for the memories, but, you know, whatever. Now, this one's got to go a long way, so I'm going to set it off at 7 o'clock. Remember, you can't send anything out before the player train. Even if you say it's 6 o'clock, it won't go. It'll wait for the player train. Not player controlled. It's freight. Bang. Now, can we add anything else reasonably? Probably not. So I think we're probably there for this particular service. So you know what we're going to do now, don't you? We're going to play it. Surely you do that. All right. We will appear, in theory, in an MP36. In theory. And we have. Excellent. We seem to be stopped in a relatively funny spot in the platform. Oh no, the whole train's in. But why are we at Bronte? Didn't I start this train at Oakville? Let's have a look. I'm not convinced that's right. What did I mess up? Let's go have a look. I clearly messed something up, or the game did. One or the other. What are we doing? Oakville. Busy day, Okie. Edit. So player 1, this should be starting at... Oh, did I start it at the wrong station? Oh no, Oakville too. So why are we at Bronte? I think we found a bug. Oh, that is Oakville. Why does it say Bronte? Okay, I'm just dumb. Don't mind me. plate. Thank you. Northern Illinois Trains and More. Yes, this is Oakville. But I'm pretty sure this says Bronte Station. But anyway. Oh, stop it, Bronte. Ah. Okay, I'm a donkey. We have to turn this train on. Lights, gauge lights. Don't need any of those things. And someone's going to go, start the HEP. So there we go. HEP started, I think. HEP run. Start. Alright, don't then. See if I care. Maybe it'll start HEP now that I've got the reverser in. No. Oh well, whatever. Let's get the doors open. Now what's interesting, remember this, because the PIS works here. So 7 o'clock, West Harbour, on time. Well, it's not on time, because, you know. Alright. Brakes cut in. Release the independent. We can partially release that one. As soon as let's close our doors. Let's make sure they're closed. People don't seem to get in here. There we go. Doors are closed. I do like that you can't hear the door closing alerts in the loco anymore. I appreciate that. Aiden's Train and the Unstoppable World asks, what USA route should we get in Train Sim World 3? Well, there's only one Train Sim World 3 US route, and that's Cahoon Pass. But if you mean the others, I find Horseshoe Curve is quite nice. Sherman Hill is quite nice. Peninsula Corridor has some freight, if you want a bit of both. Ooh, look at that. We got a yellow signal. That train in front of us is doing what I thought it might and make it more interesting. Yes, this is Canada NJTE, absolutely. Yes, that's correct, NJTE. PIS only works at the stations that you start at in Scenario Planner. I believe that's a known thing. Are you thinking of the bells, NJTE? I don't know what Canadian trains do with bells. So we have got a yellow signal up here because, remember, we sent that little freight out in front of us to be annoying. So it's succeeding. It's being annoying. Whoop, gratuitous bridge shut. And you notice I've fixed my mouse so it's not horrible and jerky anymore. I copied over my user ini file from Train Sim World 2 to 3 and it's worked beautifully. If anybody else uses a trackball and you want a user ini file that's specifically designed for trackballs, please let me know. Same account name on Twitter. Train Simulator Driver. Or you can get me on the Dovetail forums. Oh, I think we should pile on some speed. This thing's got good brakes, hasn't it? So welcome to the new Oakville. Here's our first train coming up on our left. Another baby bullet. You know, clearly I wasn't quite in the right place for that. You know, something I didn't do. I didn't turn on headlights. How naughty am I? I think they're on now. Yep. That looks alright, doesn't it? So who else has played the new Oakville? No, bright with crossing lights, Mr. Northern Illinois Trains and More. And you know something I want to know? Do the gates work now? Do they work? I'm just going to start slowing that train down. Oh, they work. But almost missed another freight train. Turn off your dinger. One thing I have noticed about this is as you approach the signal post, some of it undraws itself. So there's a LOD fault. I haven't actually reported that yet. Now, this yard here is not somewhere you can start a scenario from, because that would be way too cool. I may have chucked out the anchors just a little late then, because I was marvelling at the chemical plant, going, hey, that's pretty. So let's see if this actually stops with even one door in the platform. You know you're going to be coming back, right? Nah. No. Well, while I'm backing up and doing the embarrassment, here, let's start the quiz.
Shall we play a game?
So it's a bit different today. So each time I open, we get 5 seconds as usual. 10 points more if you get to Roosevelt Place. 25 points if you can tell me what the other system is. So we'll get to the first clue in just a moment. Just waiting for this train to actually stop. We'll just accelerate while it's moving in reverse. That's allowed, isn't it? Come on, more power. More power. Don't you dare go through that signal. More power. More power. More power. Don't make me come down there. I'm going to have to, aren't I? I'm going to have to go down there and have a look. You're not powering at all. All right. Let's make you stop the old-fashioned way. Brakes off. Now we'll power up. Did I kill it? Have I broken it? Don't tell me I shut the train down or something else equally stupid. No, it's all on. I think I've broken it. I haven't got the alerter on, kind of deliberately. And I can release the brakes, that's working. But I don't hear any engine sounds. I think I stalled it. Alright, let's get our independent brake on so we don't roll away. Start, stop, isolate. Please work. I've never killed one before. How about that? It clearly didn't like being put into reverse when it was moving. Alright, brakes off we go. No more dinger. Do you mean in real life in Canada or real life on Peninsula Corridor in JTE? And see, look, Mr. Northern Illinois, I have headlights and flashing lights. That's a good way to start a stream, isn't it? Alright, while it's backing up, let's look at the
Shall
first
we play a
thing,
game?
please. It probably won't help you very much, but we'll see. How was that? Did you see it? I saw it. I gave you about 3 frames of that. You want some more? What did you see? What are the clues? Pretty sure I saw a number. Oh, he's good. He's got the route. He's got 10 points. Do you know, I've totally messed up my timetable now. Because here comes that other little funny freight train. So he's got the route. Why did I overshoot? Because I was too busy gas bagging. Ah, sigh. Just exhibiting my professional train handling skills, clearly. So we got the route, so Northern Illinois got 10 points. But we need to know what train it is. We need to know what is the other train that you can see. And the system. And where is it? Where is it geographically? And don't say California. Because you won't get that. Alright. Away we go. Locos out of the platforms and no more bells. And now I'll do that thing that Northern Illinois hates so much. Full power. Can we get it round to the needle? No. Didn't quite get to 15. That's okay. Hello, Richard. Ah, my reversing skills are impeccable, sir. It's a pity my stopping skills and paying attention skills and situational awareness skills were not so good this morning. So we've got a yellow flashing light, which means that little freight that we set off in front of us that was designed to be slow clearly is. There's a little man down there. I don't know why you retracted that message, Richard. You're more than welcome to say that. Absolutely fine. Oh, it's back. Did you have a spelling error or something? But anyway, yes, good reversing skills. Fantastic. 2.4 miles to Appleby, and this time I promise I pay attention. Whoops, not paying attention again. Bridge shut. But also, that yard doesn't have scenarios. And you can't get very far from the bridges, I've noticed. On the newer routes, you can get a long way from the bridges for their scenic value. All except Wurzburg, which is really close. Uncontrolled crossing. Ah, it's always fun. 1.6 to Appleby. What are we up to now? 80 miles an hour? None of this Californian 79 mile an hour stuff. No. But this thing's brakes aren't really amazing, so we'll have to pay a little bit of attention. We should be seeing another train shortly. Let's get our stoppage happening. Yes, that is a grade crossing, Richard. Where the road or even another railway cross this railway at the level is called a grade crossing. In Australia, we also call them a protected crossing, as distinct from an unprotected crossing. Not suppression, full service. Well, I'll sit on 98% then, see if I care. Get out of the way, you. Well, she's going to need new underwear. See, NJTE? You have no faith, my friend. Look at that. Let's go say hello to our passengers. So they are basically your standard English rush hour passengers. as distinct from the Boston rush hour passengers that are slightly different. Yeah, it depends on the railway in JTE. I have actually personally ridden a CalTrain with one car behind an MP15. Granted, that was put on for us, but it existed. And we're still yellow, so that little freight train's still out there. Mind you, this does have relatively long blocks. So we should be seeing another train shortly. I hope. If it's working. As we approach Burlington, I think we should see another one. Well, I might have knocked it out a little bit with that clever reversing move of mine. Crossing the freeway with a... Oh. Wow. You know, it's a good thing it's not America, because Americans would just drive into that. Canadians are obviously more clever. Hey, do these cars react the way new cars do? Yes, they do. Go on, honk at me. Not gonna honk. Fair enough. Wait. Where'd you come from? What are you doing up there? Just bored, were you? Thought you get a bit of a height advantage. Fair enough. Oh, why am I slowing down? I don't need to slow down yet. I was impressed with that stop, Richard. I thought about downloading some Go liveries NJTE, but I thought I'd run vanilla because I want to show off Scenario Planner, and I didn't want to run into any glitches with it doing weird things because of people's liveries. Because the whole point is to show off that the new Scenario Planner is much easier to use. NJTE says the car didn't honk because Canadians are very nice people. I do know a few Canadians, and we normally have Michael on the chat on this stream, but he's not around today, unfortunately. I don't know why. Normally he says, but I guess he's kind of busy somewhere. It's our big ballast special. And now I should start slowing down. Ooh, didn't interpret signals very well then. Completely ignored the fact that we were changing tracks. And impressively we survived that little maneuver. Oh, I hope not, Richard. You wouldn't want the young man to jump off there. He's got a promising career ahead of him. He's a railway signalling technician. He's got a long career of doing very little. I've always been fairly convinced that railway signalling people go out of their way to make everything different so their life's hard. Let's knock the independent off, get train stretched out nice and tight. Which is what I really should have done on the last stop, but I didn't. Good enough. Wait for the 0 speed light. I did discover something interesting about this station. I wonder if I can do it today. And there was a spot here somewhere I did actually manage to get inside this. And it runs into a brick wall, as you can see, but I managed to get inside it at one point when I was playing around before. Hello, Damon. And good morning, Mark B as well. I thought I stopped better than that. I just realised one of the cars is not on the platform. I am clearly naughty. That's okay. There's probably a bit of coffee all over the place a bit back there, though. I did actually have full service brake on then NJTE, but I bailed off the locomotive to stretch the train out, which is what you would normally do, but I did not anticipate just how much it was going to affect the train's braking. Because I haven't driven the MP36 that much. It brakes a little bit like if you took a pig and wrapped it, just covered it in butter and dropped it down a slippery slide. That's about how well it brakes. So instead of being called the baby bullet, I propose from now on it be called the slippery pig. We've got another flashing yellow over a green, which I assume means we're changing tracks again, so I'll stop accelerating. See what happens. Are we changing tracks? Yes, we are. Even I can learn. How about that? Back of the train's through. And off we go. So if you've just joined us, we made a scenario to make Oakville as busy as we could. Yes, the rail driver does work properly for the slippery pig. Does indeed. I'm using it right now. Yes, NJTE, Chicago's probably would have told me off for bailing off the Independent. But I'm sure right now he's busy rail fanning Metra somewhere. And watching on his phone. So he is here. He pops in and out every now and again. We should be due to see another train. Very soon. As we're coming into Aldershot, I think we'll see one. At least that's the grand plan. Does this mean we're changing tracks again? No, this is yellow over red, so we're not... are we? No, we're not. We're going straight. Very good. 1.3 miles out of Aldershot. So I've become braking shy now, clearly, because I've slowed down early. Initial reduction. Come on, rail driver, get it right. Initial reduction. There we go. I knew you could do it. Hey, here's a question for you guys. So, as you know, I operate in a heritage railway, have been an engineman there for quite a long time. I am learning to do steam firing. I know it's probably a little late in life to start a new hobby, but I thought, what the hell? Is there any interest in me doing real steam material on a simulation channel? Or should I not do that? Because I was kind of vaguely contemplating that, you know, we're going to get manual firing in TSW sooner or later. Probably. And at some point, we'll get... we've already got manual firing in TrainSim Classic. Would there be interest in how it's really done? Ah, Damon Greens has an emphatic yes! Because I have a large binder full of material. I mean, when I actually did this course 18 years ago, and it was about 5 pages of material, and most of it was done on the job. Now it's about 5,000 pages of material. It's a binder this thick, literally. It's huge. And you still do it all on the job as well as the classroom stuff. But that's just the modern risk-averse world we operate in. And we do have our little mantra that our instructing examiner keeps drilling into us, which is, how do you operate the boiler with water in the glass at all times? We should be seeing another train by now, I think. I would have thought. Maybe they've gotten tied up down on the corner there, because I did send rather a lot through that junction all at pretty much the same time. So they might have gotten stuck. Richard would watch it. Damon would watch it. Because I probably can't teach you the art of laying a proper fire via video, because it actually is really hard and it changes every day. Things like the weather affect it. Things like the quality of the coal affect it. At the moment, the railway's got some terrible coal. And all of the engine people come back and they're just, oh, what a day. Looks like that freight train's gotten into the yard. And CCT Mitch says it was different yesterday, wasn't it? Yes, it was different, Mitch. Mitch was appropriately dressed, so he went and helped clean out smoke box and firebox of a couple of locomotives that came back in, getting the clinker out, which they had a lot of. And I was not properly dressed. I had my proper boots on, but I didn't have the other appropriate gear, so I just helped shovel out the ash pit. I could do that without getting myself in strife for not having the right gear. I need to turn my red markers off. Where are they? Heater. That's a bit bright, isn't it? Front marker lights. Woohoo! Of course, we do that at the wrong end of the run, but that's alright. Thank you, Damon. And Mitch has been itching to get onto the footplate for a really long time, and I've been on the diesel footplate for quite a long time, making the transition to steam, much to the annoyance of the fire rostering guy, because he's going, hey, I can put you on a diesel shift. And I go, no, I want a steam training shift that day. Ah. Yeah, get over it. He'll be all right. Stephen's a lovely person. Did you notice what happened on those signals then? Let me stop this accelerating and I'll show you. I noticed this the other day, so you can see that there's bars around the signals now. I haven't reported this yet, I need to. And we'll get closer, we'll get closer, we'll get closer. Get some sidebars turned up then. But watch what happens when you get really close. All the top ones disappear. LOD problems. Well, we got round the tight corner at ridiculous speed. So we're not going to see any of the action down in the yard down there, unfortunately, because we're a bit late. Got a 15-mile-an-hour limit coming up. Don't worry, we'll make the corner. It's all good. Don't panic. Done this before. I'm not sure if we'll make the going off into the side track, though. So it looks like we're not going to see any of the yard work. Probably got here a bit late for that, but some of it's down there too, which doesn't help. But you can see what I mean on the map's not quite right, and this station is actually quite far around the northern branch. It's not right on the borderline at all. CCT Mitch asks, how did I find all the clinker yesterday? It was very rocky, like for me knocking out 12A's fire, and it was very hard, yes. I imagine it was pretty hard to get it out of there. It certainly took the wind out of you. It really tired you out, which I'm not that surprised at. It was very hard work. And good on you for doing it. It is one of the cool things about working on that railway. I'm going to do fastidiously not name them because I know they don't like us to talk too much, shall we say. So I tend not to name them. You should see a train moving here. In fact, I can see it up there on the left. I think it's parked. I think it's already there. So we missed it moving because of that reversing move I had to do. And I can see the other one up there too. So they're both there. They both got there. We didn't see them moving. Oh well. But one of the cool things about that particular railway is, for the most part, the people there are actually very much like a family. So when someone gets in trouble and they need help, people just appear and help them, which is a really cool workplace. I think that one that we set up to depart from here was not able to because we had not come in. So we are going to see one move as we come to a stop. This one's going to want to run out. So there's our tank train that came in, and there's our little ballast train that was in front of us. You can see the Fred up there. And I think if we do something both stupid and brave, we can come up here and we'll watch this train leave as ours comes in. I've just got to watch my speed, and I'll use the rail driver for that. It'd be really nice if we could have made that go up north, wouldn't it? That would have been cool, but unfortunately you can't. So it does feel kind of like it's still two separate railways instead of being one. So there's the passenger railway and there's a freight railway, and they haven't intertwined them very much. I think that would be a good opportunity for improvement. There he goes. Right on time. It's only 10 minutes late waiting for us. Just going to put lots of brakes on because we're coming into a dead-end platform and I don't want to go flying. It's probably a little bit early. Yep, a little bit early. Let's go up the end. It does look like that, Mitch, yes. They've only got a single exit track coming out of this station to get back onto the main. So I think we've seen that it is possible to build a relatively busy scenario on here. But it's still not as busy as it could be because there's not quite enough intertwining of the two railroads, the passenger and the freight. We all in the platform now? Yep. That'll do. Stop there. Doors open, and then what do you say we head off to Peninsula Corridor? And we'll try and do the same thing. Now that one's going to be a little bit harder, and it'll be a little bit of a longer run. Now while the doors are opening and this scenario is finishing,
Shall we play a game?
The next block of the quiz. Ah, interesting. Let's turn the dinger off. So we've seen a couple of things there. That does look a little bit tram-like, I have to say. And I think we can see it's made of wood. Because it's made of wood, it would float, like a witch doesn't when you throw her into water, according to Monty Python. All these people didn't get off. I wonder where they're going. Maybe they're going to California. It very much would be cool to see some passenger stuff integrated into Oakville. Like some actual passenger stuff. That would be cool indeed. Alright, so that scenario does actually work. Now, I wouldn't normally advocate uploading it after one go, but so I won't actually do it all the way, but you can upload to Creators Club. So if we wanted to, what I haven't tried is, do you do it from here? No, you don't do it from here. You actually have to go into Creators Club to do that. Online sharing hub. Continue. So I won't happily upload it, but this is how you do it. So if you go into My Mods, and you want to go New, and you can choose the one that you haven't put up yet. So Busy Day at Okie. Now I should have some screenshots that I took earlier. So we go Canada, and we go diesel, and we go passenger, and there's a bit of freight, and that'll do. And screenshots. I think I've got some for this. Let's just see if it's going to pick them up or not. There we go. Here's some I did earlier. And oh look, there's our friend. Won't put him in there though. Can we have 4? Can have 4, look at that. Run an MP36. Hold passenger train following a slow freight. Plenty of other traffic. Now I normally wouldn't run a scenario just once and then upload it. I would normally run it several times just to make sure it all works. Blah 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 blah. You read all that, right? Return to the hub. So there we go. That's how you get them up there. And it should be there now. Busy day at Okie. 0 subscribers. Let's go and do the same thing now for Peninsula Corridor. But Peninsula Corridor, this is going to take a little bit longer. It's a little more involved because it's a longer route. So what do we do? San Francisco to San Jose? I think so. Sure. And I think now we can make the other end of the route really busy. So we do San Francisco to San Jose or San Jose to San Francisco? What do you think? What do you think? I think we might drive to San Francisco because I hardly ever do. So this one, because it's a bit more involved, I'm going to use a slightly different scheme. SJSF, layer 1. And I should do also hacks, just so I remember. We'll enable off the rails, but we don't really need it on this one. In fact, let's not. Let's just use stuff from the route. Add a new service. We're going to start at San Jose Diridan. Oh, track 9, why not? And we're going to go to San Francisco. So we can only go to San Francisco track 1. Ooh, I thought they'd opened that up more. Clearly not. And where should we stop? Do we want to stop everywhere? Yeah, I think so. It makes an interesting run. We'll do a commuter run. Stop all stations. Which would work out about right for my normal stream end time, so. Because it'll take a little while to set this up. Oh, don't you wish there was a tick all? Okay, confirm instructions. So we're stopping everywhere. Now, I want to pay attention here a little bit. So we've got Santa Clara on 2. We've got Lawrence, and we're on 3. And you'll see why I'm doing this. I'm actually writing these down. And we've got Mountain View on 1. San Antonio on 1. California Avenue on 1. Palo Alto on 1. Do you know I used to live here? Menlo Park, 1. Redwood City, 1. San Carlos, 1. Belmont, 1. Hillsdale, 1. Hayward Park. Strange place, Hayward Park. San Mateo. Looks like we've gone consistent on 1s until Millbrae. Millbrae's 4. And then we've got San Bruno, 1. South San Francisco, 1. Bayshore, 3, just to be different. 22nd Street, track 1. and San Francisco track 1. Now, the reason I'm writing those down is because I need to make sure we don't conflict with them from the rest of our services. Okay, so what are we going to do? Oh, it's going to be a cab car. I hate cab cars. That's okay. Let's do the Nippons. Because we've apparently done a new horn for the Nippons. I hate cab cars. Why did I pick San Jose to San Francisco? I knew there's a reason I never do it. That's okay. Didn't I give this a service name already? No, I didn't. Yes, I did. What am I doing? Or is this a new one? I've gotten lost. Help! I thought I gave this. Oh, no, I named the whole train. Oh, yeah, I'm a dummy. All right. 6 cars loaded. Let's go. SJ, SF, Ax, Player 1, and I'll fix the name of the scenario. Let's go early because what time of year is it? It's September. Sun would be coming up in San Francisco when? Let me just quick check. San Jose sunrise is 6:52 a.m. So let's make it 6:45. So let's make 6:30. 6:30 will be good. All right, let's bung that one in because I named the whole thing for that, which was silly. All right, add new service. Now let's start. We know it'll take about an hour to get from San Francisco to San Jose. So let's look at the other things that we can do. There's Redwood Junction, which is roughly in the middle, I think, from memory. Yep, it's roughly in the middle, so we'll keep that one in the back of our head. We can have a fairly long train there. Where can it go, though? So it can go northwards, and it can only go northwards. Okay, so be careful if we use that one, we don't put it in our own way. What I might do... Yeah, actually, let's use this one and let's put a freight train on it. It's because it's going to San Francisco West Yard. We know we'll take about an hour. So let's chuck on the Union Pacific because that actually comes with it. I thought I didn't tick off the rails. Why can't I see? Oh, they're subbing in. Yeah, okay. That's fine. But I don't want to pick anything that doesn't come with the route for this one. So let's make this another little ballast train because ballast train's always fun. 2-bay hoppers. No, it's not what I want. Covered hoppers, manifests, auto racks, tanks. Tanks for the memories. Don't we have gondolas? I've only got hoppers. No gondolas. I thought this did have gondolas. Maybe it doesn't. Must do. There's a ballast train scenario on this route. It must have gondolas. Maybe you can't have them in Scenario Planner. Alright, let's just go 2-bay hoppers then. That'll do. So this is Redwood Junction to San Francisco, and it's San Francisco Yard. It's a freight. An AI1. And let's give us half hour. So let's go to 7. I don't really want to end up behind it. Actually, it probably wouldn't matter if we did end up behind it, really. So let's do 7:20, because that gives us half an hour to get here. It's not player controlled, and it's a freight. And it won't be stopping anywhere, so it'll just go. And hopefully we'll see that somewhere, and hopefully it won't get out in front of us, because I'd rather see it sitting in the siding. All right, add a new service. Now, we can use all these CMOF tracks. So let's bring something in from CMOF. Let's bring this into San Jose so we see it coming in. San Jose Diridan track 5, good. And we'll make this a passenger train, make it a baby bub, otherwise known as the slippery pig. And it should be empty, so let's bring in 6. And this will be CMOF to San Jose, Hacks AI2. And we'll set this off at the same time we're going to go, 6:50. Not passenger controlled, it is passenger, and we'll just let that one run. So we should see this come in as we're leaving, I hope. What else can we do to make some interest? This California Avenue. We'll get into all of those. Lawrence is a good possibility because Lawrence has now got 4 tracks. So we might be able to add some extra trains around Lawrence. Where is Newell Yard? Alright, so that's down this end. Okay, so let's chuck another freight train on that. And that goes north as well. I don't want to go north. Actually, we can go to Lawrence. We'll go to Lawrence Track 1. That'll do. Because we're not going to Lawrence Track 1, are we? We're going to Lawrence Track 3. That's why I wrote it down. Alright, so we'll send a freight train to Lawrence. That's fine. And we'll use the little one. We don't want passenger cars. What about a light locomotive? There's an idea. So, nope. Newell Yard, Lawrence, freight, AI. This is AI number 3. And it'll take us about 10 minutes to get there, so 7 o'clock should be fine. Not player controlled, freight. Go. Add new service. Now, what else can we do? I want to see lots and lots and lots of trains, so we're going to have to make lots of southbounds. And we can make them easier than we used to, because what you used to have to do is you had to guess all the times and set them off from the other end of the line. Now, we'll do some of that. So, Sunnyvale's pretty close to San Jose. So, we'll set off a train from Sunnyvale. And we've also, what else is close? So, we've got Lawrence, which I think is the next one up. So, we should set off a passenger from Lawrence. Lawrence, we're on track 3 at Lawrence, so we can use track 2 or Lawrence track 3 or Lawrence track 4. We'll use track 4 because it gives me a full length one. And we'll send it into... We're on track 5, I think, from memory, so we can use this one. Track 4. Hopefully it won't cross us. Yep, okay, confirm destination, that one. Stop at Santa Clara, why not? Good. And this one will be a cat. And cat with 6. So this is Lawrence to San Jose. Pax, and I think this is AI4 if I remember rightly. Could be wrong. And I'm going to set it off at the same time that we start so that we get to see it. We'll probably see it around Santa Clara or somewhere about there. 6:50. Remember, you can't set them off before yours. Okay. Yep, that looks right so far. Now, what else can we do? I want to set off a couple of other early ones. We did say Sunnyvale, didn't we? San Carlos? San Carlos is track 2, so we can use San Carlos track 1. Yeah, that's probably far enough. Might be a bit too far. We'll come back to San Carlos. Santa Clara is who I'm thinking of. That one. And at Santa Clara, we're on track 2, so we'll use track 3. And this should give us a southbound train, which it does. We've used track 4, so let's put it into track 3. And confirm destination. I have to click it. There we go. A bit another cat, because there's lots of cats. And we'll make this a smaller one, because we can. So this is Santa Clara, San Jose, Pax, AI. We up to 5. And I'll set this one off again at the same time as us. So we get to see it. Oops. Player controlled, no. Passenger, yes. All right, so we've now got 5 AI trains, which means the other end's going to be awfully empty. So we want to get some stuff a little bit further up the line now. So let's go to Menlo Park. So you're not too far up. You're where the universities are. So we'll send off a truck from Menlo Park. And we'll send that into... No, bad. Naughty. Menlo Park track 1. See, I didn't look at the thing I wrote down. That goes to San Francisco as well. Isn't there a Menlo Park that goes to... Surely there's a Menlo Park that goes to San Francisco. Yep, good. Track 3. Okay. This is exciting watching me do this. People seem to be watching. They seem to be enjoying it. San Jose Duridan track 3. And stop everywhere, because we want to see it. I always prefer to see them doing something, slowing down, speeding up, stopped in a station, whatever. Alright. And another cat. Give him a 6 loaded this time. So this one is... What did we say this one was? I've forgotten. Menlo Park. Menlo Park, San Jose, PAX. And this is AI number 6, 7, 6, 6, I think. I can fix it later if it's not. Again, set it off at the same time as us. Not player controlled though. Alright. Good. Now, let's get on to somewhere like Millbrae, which is also a bit further up. Because reality at this time of the day, most traffic would actually be going to San Francisco. So we don't want to see too much coming on in San Francisco. When we get to Millbrae, which is near the airport, we're going in on track 4, so Millbrae track 5. Do you know why it's CalTrain is got different things here? Track 4 and track 5? It's because it shares with BART. And BART has the other stations. Alright. No, I don't want to go to San Francisco. I got that wrong again. Dummy. Millbrae, track 4. I thought I wrote down track... Yeah. But we're going through track 4. That's what I wrote down. So I didn't select track 5, did I? Clearly. No, I didn't. Alright, San Jose, track 1. Very good. Yeah, we want you to go. Do it in track 1. I seem to be selecting the destination twice. Have you noticed that? Maybe I'm selecting the path then the destination. I'm not paying attention. Probably want to stop at all the other stations too. There's a lot. Alright. Confirm instructions. Confirm service. Now that's taken care of the airport, so we want something else a bit further up. Let's go with a MP36 this time. So let's go up to... what about Bayshore maybe? Yeah, Bayshore. So this will be Bayshore, San Jose, PAX, AI, I think we're up to number 8. And this one I will also set off at the same time as us, near enough. Not player, is passenger. Alright. So, did I get that wrong? I did get that wrong. We haven't got an AI7. Let's just fix you. I'll call you AI7. Confirm. Now, let's start with the San Francisco ones. We're going to send everything out of San Francisco from now on. So we're going to go San Francisco track 1. And we're going to go to a destination of San Jose Diridan track 9 will do. We'll send everybody to track 9 now. And they'll be stopping everywhere to San Francisco, then Millbrae, then stop at the universities next, Menlo Park and Redwood City, Palo Alto for Google and Facebook, California Avenue for the same reason, and then we'll stop at Mountain View for the same reason and Sunnyvale for the same reason, and that'll be all of its stops. So that's a Tech Express that goes out there. Good. We'll make that a Bubby Bullet, a Greasy Pig. And I can't have 6. Alright, we'll have 5. SF, San Jose, Express. Actually, PAX Express. And this will be AI number 8. And we'll send him out 7 AM, will be fine. Not player controlled, is passenger. Right, now we're going to do... So that was coming out of San Francisco... Not South San Francisco. Where have I gone? San Francisco. We've done track 1, so that should be marked off. San Francisco track 2. And we're going to send them out. What do you reckon? How many tracks have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll send them out 5 minutes apart. That seems fair, doesn't it? We'll send them all to San Jose Diridan, because we don't really care after we've seen them, but we want to see them. This guy will stop at Millbrae for Bart, and it'll stop at Menlo Park and Palo Alto and Mountain View and Sunnyvale. So it's another Tech Express. Tech Express, if you're wondering, are all the people that work at the various big tech companies and the universities. 5 loaded. It's interesting you can't have 6 cars. You can't even have 12 cars. You should be able to. Oops, San Francisco, San Jose. Pax Express, AI number 9. And we sent the last one out at 7 a.m. So we'll send this one at 7:05. Not player controlled. Got to add a few more and then we'll run. Alright, starting marker. The reason I'm not sending a lot more from the other end is because they just get stuck in front of you or behind you. So I want San Francisco, and I scrolled too far because I'm a dummy. Track 3. And this one can be a stop all stations to San Jose. In fact, we'll make all the ones from now on stop all stations, which is a bit tedious because I've got to tick lots and lots and lots of boxes. Please, Dovetail, tick all, tick all. We need tick all. We want to stop everywhere. This is just a boring old commuter train. Confirm instructions, San Jose Diridan, and we'll make you a cat because, you know, you're not special. So a cat with 6. SF, San Jose, Pax, AI 10. What was the last one? 710. So this one will be 715. I think the last one was 710, something like that. Had new service. This is going to take a little while, folks. Sorry. San Francisco, track 4. And San Jose. Now, this one's just going to get stuck behind the others, so I don't have to put as many stops on it because it won't matter. It'll get stuck anyway. Waiting for them. So let's go South San Francisco, Millbrae, San Mateo. No one ever gets off at Hillsdale. San Carlos, home of the vampires. Menlo Park, Palo Alto, Mountain View, and we'll stop all stations from there. Confirm instructions, go. Make this one another cat. Most of the trains on here are cats anyway. Nip on with 6. SF, San Jose, Pax, and it's a limited express, but I won't bother with that. AI 11? We up to 11? Anybody remember? Losing my mind. So it's 710, 715, 720. Not player, passenger. You know what I think we need to have come out of up there somewhere? We need to see a freight, don't we? You don't see a lot of freights during the day, but we should have a freight or two. So I think there's a yard somewhere around there. San Francisco Yard, South San Francisco, West Yard 1. There we go. Now, which direction do you go, though? Which way does Yard 1 go? Ah, it goes to Redwood Junction. Lovely. Confirm that. Go into the siding to get him out of the way of the passenger trains. And we'll have the UP. And have we got something like box cars or something like that? Centre beams are boring. Does it manifest? That'll do fine. SF Yard to Redwood Junction. Right. AI 12. And we'll send him out at 7:25. Freight. Not player controlled. Go. Add a new service. Now, are there any more yards around there? Let's put some more passengers in now. Hope all these work. I hope it doesn't just explode when I start it because I'm putting too many trains in it, because I've never tried to put this many trains in this game before. 22nd Street, Bayshore, South San Francisco, San Bruno, Millbrae for the airport, and then we will go express to Redwood City, Menlo Park, Palo Alto, and then we will, because we've ignored them a bit, we will stop all stations from last bit. Right, firm service, you can be a baby bullet, greasy pig, why not? SF, San Jose, PAX, AI 12. Or am I up to 13? And I know we're up to about 7:30 now. Come on. Make this one 7:25. Passenger not player controlled. Whew, it's getting busy. It's going to be a pretty busy timetable, isn't it? Alright, add another one. That's why they put all these tracks in, because I whinged at them a lot. I wasn't the only one. I was kind of the only one who had the ability to get in people's ears internally. So, this guy can be in all stations, because we can't ignore everybody all the time. Actually, why don't we make this guy and all stations to Menlo Park, and then he doesn't stop at all. Because they do run some things like that. We'll make that a cat. And a cat with 6. Naturally, it's loaded. SF, SA, PAX. I won't bother putting its limited express. AI 12, we up to? 13? 13 we're up to. Now we go for, what, 8:30? 7:30? 7:30. Not player. Almost ran out of platforms. Add a new service. I'm getting at the point now that I know all this is in memory going, should I get out of here so it saves it? San Francisco track 7. And San Jose Diridan track 3. And we'll stop at South San Fran. We'll stop at Millbrae for the airport. Stop at Hayward Park. We'll stop at Redwood City. And we'll stop at Lawrence and Santa Clara and Mountain View. Confirm service. You guys. Another 6 loaded. SF, SJ, PAX, AI 14 I think we're up to. Something like that. Doesn't really matter. Don't think it cares if they're the same name. We're up to 7:35 now, aren't we? Something like that. Not player. My hands are getting tired, you know that. Alright, you know what we're doing now, don't you? You guessed? San Francisco track 8. You know what? We need to do something to liven this up a little bit.
Shall we play a game?
Let's run the quiz for a moment. He's not that helpful, is it? Going for the train. We've already got the route. I want to know where it is on the route and what the other system is. All right, so the train, we haven't got that yet. We have got the route, which is Sacramento Northern. I want to know where it is, because it's a pretty obvious place on the route, just from what you can see. And, what did I say? What the system we're joining is called. And don't say BART. Am I running out of San Jose Diridan tracks? I am. Alright, let's swipe. South San Francisco, you can be another all-station stopper. People love watching me tick boxes, don't they? Yay! Have you fallen asleep yet? You want to see some trains? Because we're almost there. Greasy pig. San Jose. Oops. SF. San Jose. PAX. AI. Can't type anymore. AI 15. No special characters, please. 7:35. Not that you'd ever get a service that good out of CalTrain, but you know, we're not real. Now we're going to do one more out of there. Last one. An extension to Gilroy DLC would probably cost $20. And guess what? You get 2 stations. There's some good freight action down towards Gilroy, though. It could be interesting. San Francisco track 9. San Jose Diridan track 1. And you know what? You're an express. You're going straight to the bottom of the line and you're a greasy pig. SF, SJ, PAX, Greasy Pig Express. This one's going to get stuck behind everything else anyway. Actually, let's go to 8 o'clock. This will be quicker. And you can be 7:40, not a player. Now, dare we try and add another freight? Because there's another yard there somewhere, isn't there? We can make some stuff move around Seamoff, actually. Why don't we do that? Seamoff, Senators and Track 9, good-o. Out of the fueling facility. Let's just make it one of these guys with a couple of passenger carriages. There we go, passenger cars times 1. That'll look funny. Seamoff. Actually, he's going to get in the way of the other one. I'm concerned here. Pax AI16. I'm concerned here. You know what I'll do? I'll make it leave at 9 o'clock so we'll just see it sitting there. Okay, is there any more freight we can put in? Just so we can see some more stuff. Have we used all the yards? There's Newell Yard. Where do you go? Do you go north or do you go south? You go north. I don't want to put any more northern freights in because I reckon I'll just muck that up. We've got a southern one coming out of there already. Because that's that one. I don't want to put another one in because we'll never see it. No, I think we're good. Shall we try it? Oh, hang on. San Francisco West Yard. Ooh. Where can you go? Redwood Junction Track 2. Newell Yard Track 6. That'll let us get another freight in. Why not? Let's get another freight in. Another GP38. What can we have coming out of here? Bay hoppers, you're boring. Center beams, you're boring. Covered hoppers, you're boring. Manifest. Is there anything better? Tanks? Yeah, tanks. SF Yard. Where were we sending it? I've forgotten. Let's just say it's San Jose. It's not, but you know, whatever. Freight. AI 17. Let's just tell this one's tanks on the end of it. And we'll send him off at about 7:45. That should work. We should see that right near the end. Not a passenger. Confirm. And hope it doesn't get in our way. Save and exit. Do you want to do it? Or do you want to do a quiz? Let's play it. Let's see if it catches fire, falls over and sinks into the swamp. I'm amazed that you all sat here watching that. I'm quite impressed. Okay. We are at San Jose. Better let people in, eh? And you know what? I'm not in a cab car. Am I at the wrong end of the train? I am, aren't I? I have spawned in the wrong end because isn't that way Gilroy? Or does this go round to Seamoff? No, because there's Seamoff. Huh. Train's backwards. I don't mind. I get to drive a proper train. Not a cab car. I don't mind that at all. I reckon it's a bug, but I don't mind. Step lights, gauge lights. Let's cut you in. Let's release you and keep the independent, which is in trail anyway. Lock the doors. And we've got a yellow light. That doesn't bode well. Ding, 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 ding. How many more tracks did they open at San Francisco and San Jose? All of them. What have I forgotten to do? Thank you, rail driver. My rail driver did go into forwards, but this didn't. There we go. Now we're powering up. They opened all the tracks at both stations. Yay! Will it work? You know what I should have done? I should have put a couple more trains sitting here so we weren't lonely. But that's alright. Stopped the bell a bit early, but I got sick of it. Don't want to run over any passengers here, do we? Ah, I hope that yellow signal doesn't mean red. No, it's flashing. It's alright. Will it work? Will it work? I don't know. Oh, you want headlights. Headlights. People want too much, you know that? Alright, now let me grab my little post-it note friend here and I'll start writing down some ideas for improvements to put into this. So we want trains at San Jose at the start. So we want to add a couple of trains there. It's working so far. There's the baby bullet we said could go in after we leave. And is it moving? Don't think it's moving. I think it's just sitting there. Might want to put another train into Seamoth 2. With a late start on it, so that we see it sitting there, just to see some more action happening around here. I won't bore you by running it a second time. But it's just cool. I like sprinkling stuff around. Even if I'm not using the yards, what I try and do is put them in the yards and give them a really late start time and hope that the dispatcher doesn't send them out before something else, because every now and again it does. On our way to Santa Clara, we have a train. You know, that other one still hasn't left. It's still sitting there behind the building. Oh well. Life's like that. So if I guess right, we should probably see our first train about Lawrence. Now, the thing I looked up said the sunrise happens at 6:50, but the sun's already up here. I was hoping to see a nice, pretty sunrise. Actually, no, it's not a TSW3 route. You don't get sunrises. It's just on or off, isn't it? I forgot about that. I believe we can speed up now. And away we go. One mile to Santa Clara. Is that a train coming on the right? No, it's too little. So we need some more action on the way here, because this is a bit dull. So we need to add a Santa Clara to San Jose. And he should probably come out of there. Oh no, we've got something moving. Little MP15 sitting there. Why are you sitting there all by yourself? What happened, little train? So we have a train coming out of Santa Clara, which is clearly leaving too late. Because he hasn't even got his lights on, so he's not going anywhere just yet. So we need to leave earlier. Oops, I'll handle off. That'll do the job. Alright, so let me just write down that our Santa Clara train needs to leave at about 6... Let's make it 6:35. And that's a change. I have this little scheme that when I want a new thing, draw a little square next to it, and when I want to change something, I put a triangle on it when I'm writing my notes on my first run through. But it's good so far. The game's not on fire, and this is a lot of trains. This is more trains than I've ever put into Scenario Planner on any route ever. So I'm hopeful here. And what I tried to do was sprinkle it with a mixture of early start stuff so we see it, along with a whole bunch of fills that'll come out of San Francisco. Because what you used to have to do is put a train in every station and just send them to the next few stations. It was a right royal pain in the bum, really. Are we going to power Mr. Train? Or are we having... Oh, God, the blue PCS. How is it I've blown PCS, but the brakes are clearly working? Because if I actually blew PCS, the brakes would not be working, because the brake pipe would be sitting at 0 pounds. Since we're going to have to sit here and wait for a minute, just to get this to reset. Might have to be in handle off, actually. Just to get that to reset, let's do a quiz.
Shall we play a game?
Does that help? Looks like a brake gauge to me. Looks like a Westinghouse brake gauge. Have we about a minute yet? I'm not sure. 10:07. NJT says, who would know that a subway system as the MTE can go on strike? Yeah, they could. Why not? If their workers are getting hard done by, why not? It's the juxtaposition of capitalism and freedom. People go on strike. The other train is indeed a San Francisco trolley. Now, is that light going to go off? I hope so. Will it? It hasn't gone off, but will it power? No, it won't power. Alright, full emergency. I'll sit here for a moment. It's interesting that my, Oh no, the equalizing reservoir did go to 0. It's alright. I was being silly. My brain was not working. Let's wait a moment. I think we found a bug in this locomotive, to be honest with you. Because PCS shouldn't have blown anyway. He's naughty PCS. Let's try and release that. Brakes are clearly working, but PCS lamp is still lit. You know what I'm going to do? Since we're so early into the run, I'm just going to restart this one. Because I can't remember how to reset PCS on this train, clearly. It doesn't do either of the two common things. And we'll just have to be a little bit more careful. Not brake so bloody hard. Did I get the doors open? I did. My apologies for that. I hope I don't have that problem again. Independent brake full. Let's release the train brake and start getting it ready to go. You wouldn't do that in reality on a passenger train. Well, actually, here's flat. You get away with it. But you wouldn't want your passenger cars to... Oh, look at that. Look at that. Is it going to let me power? Let me see if it lets me power. Maybe the light's on all the time. No, we blew it again. I'm sad now. One more time. One more time. And if it doesn't work this time, I'm going to... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to change it to a bullet. Let's just do that. That's going to be easier and we won't have to worry about it for the rest of the main menu. Yes. And I can fix the name of the scenario too while I'm in there. Creators Club, Scenario Planner, Peninsula Corridor, that one, edit that. Oh, can't I rename it? That's crap. Alright, let's... is it edit timetable or edit details? I think it's edit timetable to change the train. Confirm start marker, confirm destination, confirm instructions, confirm service, Bubby Bullet, Greasy Pig, bi-level. You watch it get this the right way around now. Save and exit. Can I edit the name? Can't edit the name, can I? Okay. Scenario details? Ah, here we go. CalTrain Whopper. They probably won't let me say Whopper, will it? Because Whopper's a trademark. Oh, it did. Alright. Play! Northern Illinois trains and more. I still think your name's too restrictive. Baby Bullet. Here we go. Doors open. Let's crank him up. Front marker lights are off. That's fine. Gauge lights on. Hip. Hip isolate. Yep, that's actually right to start it. Doesn't light the lights up. Maybe the hip's broken now. Who knows? I don't want a reading light. I've got everything else turned on. Reverser. Get that into forwards. And we cut the brakes in. Window open. Brakes releasing. Very good. No PCS open lamp. Even better. And away we go. This time for sure, Ollie. I'll have to report that happens to the cat because that's silly. It just shouldn't be that easy. You've got a video of a Metro deadhead with no cab car. There you go. How do you know it's a deadhead? These people are coming out of a sign. And disappearing into a sign. It's clearly a portal. Well, we have got a cab car in the end, that's for sure. This is going to go much better. Quick trip north in the Greasy Pig. I should have fixed those other things while I was in there, shouldn't I? That was silly. Oh well. What I'm going to do with this scenario, I won't be uploading this one after this run. Yeah, Northern Illinois already got the route Sacramento Northern. And NJTE, I think it was you that got the San Francisco train, wasn't it? Who got that it was a San Francisco trolley? NJTE, yep. So Chicago, now known as Northern Illinois, he got the route. We've got SF Trolley as the other train. But we have not yet got the train we're in. Need to know the train we're in. That gets you the most points. And where we are on the route. And that's worth 25 points. That one's actually, it's a little bit more difficult, so I've made it more points than usual. Cruising round past Seamoff, once again, the scenic San Jose Outer Valley. I don't know why they didn't make this a coastal route. It would have been a beautiful route. But no, they went inland on the flat bit because it was cheaper, probably. Hello, little MP15 with your one carriage. Bumpy bit. I'd still like to get some sort of traffic in here, so you see something early on. Maybe I could put something in this little station here, just have it sitting there. That would probably work. Because trains do stop here, I think, sometimes. Actually, it's not in the list, is it, College Park? So, no trains to College Park in Scenario Planner. On our way to Santa Clara. Ah, NJTE, yes, it is an interurban car. So the last thing that anybody can get... I'd get you to guess which interurban car, but I guess it's obvious. It's the Sacramento Northern interurban car. Now, I don't know why this little MP15 is sitting here. I'll have to have a look at that later. I'm not quite sure which scenario that is, why it's sitting there by itself. So the last thing to guess is where it is on the route. And I probably should have started braking just a little while ago. Suppression will do, actually. Because I'm only going to stop with one door in the bloody platform again. Actually, it won't be as bad this time. Probably get two doors in the platform. It's all good. Nothing to see here. Move along. Stop watching. How'd we go? 3 doors. Perfect. Doesn't get better than that. Get in, you CalTrain people. Come on. Hurry up. Move along. What's wrong with that door? You just walk past it. Get in that door. Come on, dude. Holding me up. Santa Clara. Why is Santa Clara famous? Does anybody know? There are 2 places in California reputed to be populated by vampire colonies. One of them is Santa Clara. The other one is San Carlos. Why? I don't know. Let's go to Lawrence. And away we go. Heading for San Francisco, the city that lost its way. It's a very strange city, San Francisco. And the reason I call it the city that's lost its way is because back in about the early 2000s or so, San Francisco decided not to prosecute petty crime. So if someone steals your laptop from a cafe or on the train or whatever, nothing really happens to them. Police won't even follow it up. They don't care. And they're starting to understand why that was a very bad thing to do 20 years later. Ah, a yellow signal. We're catching up with something. That might be that freight I sent out in front of us. 2.3 miles to Lawrence. What is at Lawrence, everyone? Anyone know? We're in California now. I have to obey the 79 thing. I think yellow over flashing green means that we are changing tracks soon. So I suppose I'd better start slowing down. Just using a fairly light brack application. Got a red over flashing green now, which suggests even more that we're changing tracks. I'm down to about 40 mile an hour, so that'll be fine for a track change. And indeed we are. No one will spill their coffee at that speed. Did I open the window before? I did. Hello, Michael Newberry. How are you? We have played your home country and built a scenario and published it for Oakville. And we've just built the busiest scenario I have ever made in the game. It's got, I think, what did we end up with? 18 trains or 19 trains? Something like that. And all these people patiently sat around and actually watched me build it. I was actually very impressed at their patience at hanging around for so long. There's a train sitting in here at Lawrence that I would have expected to be on the way by now. 6:42. That was supposed to go out at 6:40. That should be moving, but it's clearly not. But at least we've seen it. We had a couple of false starts on this because every time I started the 2CAT it went, blew the PCS on me. That'll be enough. So Lawrence at 6:43. Doors are open. I'm just writing down all my times as I go through this so that I can do a time check afterwards. You're having fun outside with the people in your complex. Well, I hope that means you're really having fun with the people in your complex and not just someone being a dickhead to you. Really having fun is an excellent thing. Having fun is not an excellent thing. Just get the brakes pumping up a bit. And you notice that train still hasn't gone. Now, is that one a 2-cat or a bullet? Oh, really having fun. That's excellent, Michael. Good to hear. I'm just going to whip down there while this one leaves. It's a 2-cat. Now, just out of interest... No, its PCS isn't blown, so it should be fine. And it's not even set up to run a service yet, because its reverse is not in. I'm going to have to check what time that was due out. Maybe I just messed up the times on it. That is entirely possible. So we'll check that at the end. So I'm writing stuff down, literally on the back of an envelope. Pretty big envelope, but it's still an envelope. In fact, I'm writing it down on my my present from the Australian government. After you get old enough here, they every couple of years they send you a bowel cancer test kit, which we all call the shit on a stick. Just slow down a little bit because we're going to be changing tracks again. Don't want to do that at more than about 40 mile an hour. On our way to Sunnyvale on the newly improved Peninsula Corridor, where we discovered it's really easy to kill your 2-cat. We got it moving once. It's got to be something, isn't it? And in the quiz game today, we already know that the Northern Illinois railfan and Moore guessed the route. So he's got his 10 points for the route. NJTE got that it's an interurban car, but he hasn't told me which one yet. And 1005 doesn't quite cut it, because you actually saw it's 1018. But he did also get that the other train you can see is an SF trolley, which is correct. I like that you can use this track now. You couldn't use this before in Scenario Planner. The game did, but you couldn't. Hey, that actually means I could put some freight trains in at Lawrence that run behind us, that are just sitting there while you come into Lawrence. Ooh. Ooh, I like that. We'll just pretend I honked that 4 times while I was busy writing something down about having a freight. Ladies and gentlemen, now arriving at Sunnyvale Station. Sunnyvale Station, which was home to an outstanding camera shop, which unfortunately has closed down. Used to be in that mall off to the left. And unfortunately, on the day I visited that camera shop, I came here with a friend, and we went to the camera shop together because she's very much into photography. It's her profession. Quite good at it too, I should say. Just in case she's ever listening. She wouldn't, but you know, she might. Came here together, went to the camera shop, had a coffee afterwards, said our goodbyes, and I said, don't worry about dropping off anywhere, I'll just go and catch a CalTrain back into San Francisco. Little did I know that on that day there had been an incident, and there were no trains on this end of the line. Bugger. It was a nice day, and you're going to find this really funny. I actually walked to Millbrae because it was a nice day, and I had a camera. I just enjoyed myself taking photos all the way there. It's a long walk though, just saying. And we've also decided, Michael, that this isn't called the Baby Bullet anymore. When we say we, I say I. It's called the Greasy Pig. Actually, I think they have. They're not blurry. Did you notice that? Yay, not blurry wheels. That's a good change. I like that one. Ooh, YouTube told me I dropped out for a little while there. And I had 40 dropped frames. That's like a second. Gates not closed. Naughty gates. Could have killed someone there. Heading off to Mountain View, home of the southernmost campuses of Google, Facebook, Oracle, and many other large tech names. And lots of little ones that want to be big ones. And this crossing is a silent crossing, I believe. I wonder if we can use that yard. Did we put a train in over there? I don't remember if we put anything in over there. Better put some brakes on. Pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on to your coffee while we pull in for a stop at Mountain View. Those on the upper gallery, please take extra care to ensure that your spilled coffee does not land on the people in the lower car. CalTrain would like to apologise in advance that your driver is not paying attention. Behind the yellow line, you. Californians, always on the wrong side of the yellow line. That lady back there has a problem with her skirt. I don't know if anybody else noticed, but it disappeared briefly. Alright then, welcome to Mountain View. Which is like Mountain Dew, but it's got nothing to do with hillbillies and lemonade bottles. Never drink Mountain Dew if you're riding as a hitchhiker in a truck. Just saying. It might be warm. We haven't seen a train since Lawrence, have we? I'm getting worried that none of my other trains are moving. Did I get the times horribly wrong? Beginning to wonder. All those ones at San Francisco will come off okay, because I set them to be between half an hour and an hour after we leave here, so we should start seeing them all. Did this crossing have an X or an S? Oh, can you start things over there? Or are they VTA? No, they're VTA tracks, aren't they, those ones? I think. We'll have a look. So they'd be Mountain View 3 and 4, wouldn't they? But I think these, in reality, are actually VTA tracks. I don't think these are CalTrain tracks. Although in this game, they do seem to merge into CalTrain, so rather than go off on their own way. Alright. Let's see if we can add anything at Mountain View. San Antonio. There is a lovely little shop here that sells awesome chili pork rellenos. They are amazing. They are so hot that you feel the chili at least 3 times. But they are awesome. I put up with the heartburn because I like them so much. Hopefully it's still here. Last time I was here was 2019. I was going to be here in 2020, but we all know what happened to the world in 2020. It got dunked in a bucket of poo. So I'm doing single honks at the crossings just to see if Chicago's still hanging around. Because he'll go nuts. I'm driving it like a true passenger driver. Full power, full brakes. Full power, full brakes. How many doors are we going to have in the platform? At San Antonio. Will we have 2 doors or 3? What do you reckon, chat? Ooh, are we going to have 0? Oh, we're close to having 0. We're going to have 0. Ooh. Will it let me get away with that? I've got like 2 millimeters in the platform. Nah, nothing. Back we come. we were so close there. So that's where you put the cab, right? This is a cab, yeah? Where'd you come from? You fell out of the sky. There's another one. Maybe this is where the rocket people land. That should work. Door's open. You're listening to a song, are you, Northern Illinois? Fair enough. That mobile home just drove through a wall, didn't it? I'm pretty sure. Hey, floating school bus. Excellent. When's that in the life of things? 2 hours and 11 minutes. That's so funny. I love it. And away we go to California Avenue. Famous for nothing, really. What? Do I see a moving train? Finally? I think so. Alright, clearly the two cats can actually move, because here is one. Strange place to park your little utility vehicle. So if you want songs, I was just listening to the Party Song by Little Miss Nora and Aaron Tupa. It's kind of funny. It's extremely juvenile, but it's kind of funny. I guess he's now braking too early because he doesn't want to overrun this one. Welcome to California Avenue, ladies and gentlemen. So collect your belongings, bits and pieces, boys and girls, and get off. Get off me train. And if you work here, I'm sorry. $7:02. This is a little bit later than I would have thought, actually, because we are only a third of the way. Taking a little longer to get up the route than I would have thought. But that's okay. while we're waiting.
Shall we play a
So the
game?
only thing left to guess now is where on the route are we? It's a pretty obvious place. It could only be one place on the route. So Michael and anybody else who's joined recently, I did see a couple of other numbers pop in there. We know the route is the Sacramento Northern, which was Northern Illinois, got the 10 points for that. We know that the other train is an SF trolley. NJTE got the points for that. And we know that the train we're driving is an interurban car, but we don't know which one. Why didn't my doors lock? Lock. Is it because I unlocked them with Rail Driver? Yeah, I think so. Yep. Unlock them with Rail Driver, you got to lock them with Rail Driver. Off we go to Palo Alto. We're 1/3 of the way to San Francisco. I can see at the moment that there's actually quite a lot of people viewing. What happened? What happened? I don't know what that was. I don't know what happened there. How did I change seeds? Oh well. Maybe that's... Oh, that's why the doors wouldn't close, because the box was talking to OBS. More gates open. So at San Antonio, the gates were open. Oh, what? What is going on? What is going on? I think my rail driver is actually interacting with OBS. There's something weird going on there. Sorry. Clearly, it's going to be an interesting trip to San Francisco. It's a really nice station, this one, Palo Alto. It's this really nice Art Deco type setup. And if you ever get the chance to visit, inside it's quite nice too. It's still period correct inside. Looks really cool. Don't know if you can go around this side. Do you know, it's not that boring on this side, I have to say. This is just a little bit wrong. There should be doors and stuff here. Probably never intended us to be able to get round here, but that's okay. Could we go in here? Oh, look. We can go down a hole. We're in a hole. Look at that. We just fell down a hole. And this side's just a ramp. Whee! Forwards, train. Sorry, people. Missed the train. Should have got here quicker. Gratuitous bridge shot coming up. It's one of the only ones on the route. Gotta catch it. Where's the water? Oh yeah, it's California. It's dry. Fair enough. You know, I like this bridge. You know what's going to happen with that bridge shot one day, don't you? It's going to be a quiz. Where is it? Next stop, Menlo Park. Home of Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, the original Googly campus, many other tech companies. Oh, and the university. And gates that don't close. Menlo Park, 7:10. And gates no close. Just turn off the JD. I would have thought we'd see more trains by now. But this is relatively realistic because this is early in the morning, so most trains would be going to San Francisco, so you wouldn't actually see them. Because the majority of the commute traffic is to San Francisco in the mornings. There is some for the tech companies and for the university, but not many. I thought so too, Michael Newberry. I thought the gates were meant to work as well. But clearly, there are circumstances where they don't. You know the other thing that's wrong? We're travelling towards San Francisco. Why are we in a locomotive? Why aren't we in a cab car? I don't mind, because I don't like the cab cars, but... off we go in our gentle cruise out of the platform. Now, I don't know where the people who were standing on that platform thought they were going. This gate's not closed either. Bad gates. And I'm not even running some dodgy version. I'm running the real one. It was last week that I almost ran a dodgy version. Almost. Caught it. No one else noticed. They're not working either. Why did I unlock the doors? That's not clever. Redwood City next stop. We found one set that was working. Clearly we're not stopping here. I have to say thank you to all of the people who have subscribed too. 900. I am amazed. Oh, here's the little freight train we set up to run behind us at Redwood City. So this will take off after we come through. It's due out at 7:20 if I remember correctly. Moorgate's not working. Hey, those ones are working. We found some that work. Yay! Maybe I should write down the ones that work. It might be quicker. Just leaving the JD on. Come on, Slippery Pig, you can do it. Redwood City. If you're leaving us here, get off. $7:15, Redwood City. And I see a train. What does that sign actually say? Climate best by government test. Wow. More gates that are working. Cool bananas. Do you know one thing I haven't gotten around to making yet? I must make it. I keep meaning to make a CalTrain livery. It's just basically a black and white cow pulling a whole chain of black and white cows. Because I think it would be funny. These ones are working. Or they're the old school always shut ones. Next stop, San Carlos, home of the vampire. As the doors once said, people are strange. Yeah, I think the last few people that pushed me over the 900 came from Dovetail's email. Because one of my videos got featured in that, which was cool. Not the one I made for it, but, you know, that's okay. They make their choices. The one I made for it had Michael and Megan in it. But they didn't use that one because they wanted a pure gameplay video, which is cool. .8 miles to San Carlos. Which puts us nearing the halfway point to San Francisco. Yeah, everything helps. Well, I can't say I actually mind being a small streamer because it's helped me with having a decent community of people, and people interact in the comments and chat on the videos, which is cool, and I can keep up with it. I maybe should have braked a little earlier. What do you reckon? Maybe a little earlier. It's going to be okay, though. I think it's going to be spectacularly perfect. Look at that. That's like I planned it. The back end's in and all. Look at that. Go on, you lot. Hurry up. You know what I've always wondered? What happens if I take the camera inside when the doors close? Do I get stuck in here? I've never tried this before. Should I try this live on stream? There's an interesting question. I can always open the doors again if I do get stuck, I suppose. I still have control of the train. Now, just before we leave... Yeah, I really can't get out. Oh, it's funny. Who would have thunk that?
Caution, the doors are about to close.
I think I hear another train coming too. Or not. No. Oh, it's a 23. Has anybody else ever noticed that the number of 23 happens too many times in the world? Just look around you. See how many times the number 23 appears. It was a relatively crazy friend that alerted me to that. Next is Belmont. And I think we are about halfway along now. Yep. So I'm pretty happy with how the scenario's gone so far. I want to have a look at the times. I thought you were out rail fanning Northern Illinois Trains and More, or have you got a Steam Deck or something? I think the scenario's going okay so far. I want to look at the times on those early trains, because maybe I mucked them up because they weren't moving. I do actually want to see them move. And I want to put more trains in a couple of spots that I've noted down, because I haven't seen enough trains. Full brakes. Come on, just give me full service and forget it. Ladies and gentlemen, now arriving at Belmont. Belmont's kind of a cute station. It's a modern one trying to give the artistic flair of an older one. Yeah, stopping just a little early. Let's get the back of the train in. Northern Illinois is also doing Peninsula Corridor. That'll do. Brakes on, greasy pig. Welcome to Belmont. 723. See what I mean about 723? Too many times in the world. All right then. We have a green signal up there in the distance. How you doing? You're not a serial killer, are you? Hope not. Ooh, the space station's back. Oh, hello. How you doing? It's come to say hello, have you? And away we go. Next stop, Hillsdale. I think they've done something with the physics of the MP36 too. I don't remember them accelerating this fast before. They're not so bad at it anymore. They used to be quite slow. Let's have another crack at the quiz. No uppercase, thank you, sir.
Shall we play a game?
Where are we on the route? That should really be enough information to pinpoint it if you remember the route at all. And as for your huge blasts, Mr. Northern Illinois, do you know that CalTrain do not sound the horn on entry to platforms? In fact, they don't sound the horn at most crossings either, because most of them are quiet. I just did because I felt like it. Next stop, Hillsdale. The suburb that may or may not have been Hilldale in Back to the Future. Who knows? Could have been. What you're probably seeing on videos, Northern Illinois, is CalTrain drivers honking because they see someone at the crossing. Hilldale, 726. And some crossings they honk at, but the majority they do not. Because most of them are quiet zones. I know how much you like quiet zones, Northern Illinois Trains and More, because you think the entire universe will actually come to an end because of quiet zones. I think the universe will come to end because of entropy, but that's okay. Next stop, Haywood Park. You need to say that properly, Northern Illinois Trains and More, remember. Whatever. But of course you'll need to do it in a high squeaky voice. Like Mickey Mouse. Because then it's funnier. Whatever. Hi, my name's Mickey. Now approaching Haywood Park. And just to get Chicago really excited, you realise I only did that for you. I was trying to think whether I've ever actually gotten off at Haywood Park. I've walked through it. Don't think I've ever gotten off here. Are you the red engine Northern Illinois Trains and More? If you're still here, CCT Mitch, what colours are our engines? Haywood Park, 729. We should very soon see an absolute glut of trains, I think. Unless they're stuck somewhere. Speaking of trains, here comes one now. From the episode called James Works It Out. Is James constipated? Express train. Bye-bye. Sucks to be you lot. You know how I couldn't see the head end power start before? It clearly is, because there's its exhaust pipe. So it's running. Are we going to go train or what? Brakes are off, I think. Mm-hmm. Did I have an interlock throttle when I first started that? Yep, I must have. Must have throttled up a little early. That's okay. San Mateo. Home of the San Mateo racetrack. Here's an exciting thought from my American friends. If America truly won the Mexico-America War, why is nearly everything in California Spanish? Just asking. These crossings, for example, are all quiet zone. probably guess why. Imagine living near this. And here comes another train. Ladies and gentlemen, now arriving at San Mateo. Express train going past on the other side. Whoosh. He's certainly going full howl too, that fella. Dinger off, doors open. Welcome to sunny San Mateo. Loading, loading, loading. Hello, people. You know they only go to San Francisco from here, right? You should be getting in. None of you want to get in? No? That's okay. Did I not lock the doors? I didn't open the ones on the other side or something stupid, did I? I think I did. Oops. Hello, David Park. How are you? We're driving a scenario I put together at the start of this session in an attempt to make the busiest scenario I've ever made for CalTrain. Good to see this bush is still on the tracks. I'd miss the bush. Next stop, Burlingame, or Burlingame, or Berlingame, however you want to say it. I am currently, yes, this train is all stops to San Francisco. Oops, almost forgot a crossing, but it is a quiet zone, so it doesn't really matter. More gates that don't work. And I think poles that might actually be hitting the train. Come on, up, 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 up. Oh no, but they're close. Notice me jam on the brakes at the last second there with the pole checking. And it's going to be a perfect stop. Spot on. Will it be? Will it be? Oh, it's so close. Shall we do another quiz?
Shall we play a game?
We're looking for where this is on the route. We've got all the other questions answered. Turn off the JD. So what do you think, folks? Where is it on the route? And NJTE, if you're still here, you haven't given me the train yet. You told me what kind of train it is, but you haven't given me the actual train. Next stop, Millbrae. Should be seeing another train in a few moments. So any guesses on where on the route that place is? It's only one place on that route it could be. It's the Northern Sacramento Southern Division route. Actually, I just thought of something. I should only give Northern Illinois Trains and More half points, because he only told me it was the Sacramento route. It's actually the Northern Sacramento route, Southern Division. We're not stopping here, are we? No problem. We should see our friendly freight soon. Plane. .2 miles to Millbrae. And while it would be cool to see some stationary BART trains sitting in the platform at Millbrae, I never want actual BART trains in the game because they're fully automated. And they would be boring as hell. David Parks asks, how am I enjoying TSW3 so far since it's been a couple of weeks? I quite like the new skies and new lighting. I actually think that's really impressive. I am very happy with the new scenario planner facilities. It does make building scenarios a lot quicker. This is a really strange platform, isn't it? I wonder if I could put trains in the other platforms over there. Millbrae. Is it time for you to go? And at the end of this stream, I'll refine the scenario. I will play it again before I upload it because I'm going to make some changes to it and I want to play it through and make sure it actually works properly. But I won't make you guys sit there and watch that, because I won't be doing it straight away anyway. I've got some relatives coming, I think. Off you go. Go on, get out of here. And those down there, BART tracks. Let's go to BART. No, we can't. Oh well. BART's really weird too, because it's extra wide gauge. Which interestingly... Yeah, I think it's wider. Maybe not. No, it should be wider. 5'7". It's an extra wide gauge, and it's a really weird voltage too. Like a really unusual one. 733 or something weird like that. Another gate that wasn't closed. Here's our friendly freight. This is the one we sent out of San Francisco. Our manifest train. Next stop, San Bruno. Faint suspicion we might start running out of trains before we get to San Francisco. Speaking of trains, hi, there's another one. Following our friendly freight. And this elevated trackage over here is the automated airport shuttles. Go between the car park and the airport. And coming into sunny San Bruno. Station higher than the clouds. And another completely imperfect stop. Actually, it's not going to be too bad. Surprisingly. Not too bad at all. Happy with that. Alright. Doors open. Here comes another train. I'm a little bit worried that we're seeing so many trains now and that we may not see anything coming into San Francisco. So I might need to delay some of the ones coming out of San Francisco so it doesn't look empty when we get there. Because you don't want it to be empty. Plus, I think they cross paths coming out of San Fran. It might be a bit interesting. All right. But it's definitely been a success in making a busy scenario, that's for sure. We've seen lots of trains, lots of stuff moving, which is good. So, interlock that. Seems to be a lot of people watching this behind the stream right now. I can see in the stats. Down the bottom of your screen, you'll see a little thing that says live. If it's got a grey dot, you're not actually live. You can click that and it will bring you up to the present. You will, of course, skip the intermediate, which is fine. Or not. So however you like to do it, is how you do it. Next stop, South San Francisco. Anywhere from this point on the line onwards if you're riding CalTrain, or Millbrae onwards if you're riding BART, I highly recommend that you do not have a laptop visible, and if you have a phone, that you sit on the window side and keep a good hold on it. I've not had any of my things taken by strange miscreants, but I've seen it plenty of times. And basically what they do is they'll get 2 or 3 of them will get onto a train. And 2 of them will cause a distraction. Maybe they'll start a fight, or they'll start yelling at each other, or they'll start talking really loudly with other passengers or something along those lines. And then someone who starts watching that, the third one, grabs their stuff right before it pulls up into another station and it gets off and runs. And I've seen it happen quite a few times. So definitely take care if you're riding public transport in this area. Here's another train. In fact, this is the platform. I keep forgetting this platform. Wow, we're going to go through it. We're going to go straight through it. And there's a freight train waiting to come out. South San Francisco, folks. If we manage to stop in it, which I don't think we're going to. It's looking like a big no from here. It looked like a huge no. Is that a signal? Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, we can't tick off any more station stops because I can't go through that. I don't think. Let's just try going into reverse. Because if I try and move at all, a faint suspicion it's going to tell me this signal's red. Assuming it's for me. Yes, okay. Major stoppage. So, alright. Can't go back here, we'll just keep going and we'll just pretend. It's all good. Now, why have we got Canadian National locomotives on the front there? I chose Union Pacific. That's okay. I will now stop at the rest of the stops purely to get timings, because I messed that one up quite royally. Which means it's time to distract you from the
Shall we play a game?
strange things that we did. Okay, let's reveal the next clue. Does anyone know where this is as yet? Can only be one place on the Sacramento Northern Route. It is worth 25 points. The dispatcher might get mad at us now and not allow us into San Francisco. Now, did that freight train leave? No, he's still sitting there. So he's waiting for that other train to go, I guess. That's alright. He'll get out eventually. And here comes another train. Maybe he's waiting for this one. Actually, I think there's going to be a stalemate back there now. What have we got signal-wise back here for him? So he can't go out, and this other one can't go in, so I might have made this end too busy. And we're going to be changing tracks soon, aren't we? From memory. Sadly, no stopping at South San Francisco. I'm not too worried whether I made it a bit too busy going back there, because it's behind us now. Here comes another train. Do you think I put them a little too close together? Just thinking? Maybe? And the San Francisco Bay does once again actually have water, which is nice. It's not the cool modern water we've gotten used to that rivets popped into a couple of routes now. Here's another train. Certainly getting busy now. Hello, train. We should be all through there now. Next stop is the one under the freeway, isn't it? The water disappeared at some point. When the route came out, it had water. And then at some point there was a patch and the water disappeared. And it's back now. Green light. I suppose at this point I could just turn off the next stop HUD because it's not much point anymore. And I think we'll be changing tracks again here, so I need to slow down a little. Yeah, it disappeared in one of the updates. Mind you, in reality, this whole bit of real estate here doesn't exist. It's a swamp. It's called Hunter's Point. Used to be a naval shipyard. We're going to stop up here even though the dispatcher doesn't think we're going to. Because the dispatcher thinks we should have stopped 3.4 miles ago, and it would be in fact correct. But I'm stopping because I want to finish my timings so I can fix the rest of the scenario. And it's 11:38. That's new, isn't it? This big pile of crap over here. This wasn't here before. Wasn't there buildings here before? I think they've knocked them down so they can build something new. How interesting. Hello, San Franciscans. You're all walking out of a building site. I'm impressed. Where are you all coming from? Must be a big office. It's an office like a clown car, clearly. I'll have to come over here and look at the doors to see if they're closed. They are. Because when you mess up a stop like I did, you're not getting any more helpers anymore for your doors. Bayshore, San Francisco's newest housing suburb. Used to be called Hunters Point Naval Base. Well, that was its neighbour anyway. That was at 7:56 when we got in there. And we do have another stop coming up pretty soon. NJTE says, sadly in New York City they have a problem with conquestors. They are rail fanners that vandalise trains, steal their roll signs, set fire to things, and harass employees for their keys and some altercations. Well, they're not rail fans, they're assholes. There's a difference. Rail fans are nice people. Those people are just thieves. People like that tend to meet an unfortunate end on railway property, an end that often hurts. This is an up-and-coming area of San Francisco. It used to be industrial. It's changing into housing these days. It's becoming a relatively popular place to live because it's opened up a lot of new housing. Train surfers are not rail fans either. How do you surf a subway train? You get bonked on the head. Coming into 22nd Street, which I think is at the other end of this tunnel, which is why I've been slowing down. Yeah, people who do dumb things around railways tend to have painful things happen to them. Because trains are big, and they don't stop very well. Where is South San Francisco? It's clearly not here. 22nd Street, I mean. Oh, there's somewhere I could have put a train. On this siding. Where? Let's see if I can put something down there. That would be cool. I know the route works down there because there's a scenario that goes down there. Where's my heat control? I want some. We're about to get some rather nasty weather and it's getting cold here. Just turned on my heat. Let me see how much it's going to cost me to run it today. The joys of variable power costs. $0.45 per hour to run the heater today. There we go. People who jump fare gates are just fare evaders. That'd be relatively hard to do in New York too, with all the turnstiles. A guy got shot in Oakland, I think in 2019, because he jumped a fare gate and surprised a lady butt police officer who thought he was attacking her, so she shot him. And lots of people were horrified, and I kind of thought, oh, fair enough, I can see in the video how she probably would have thought that he was jumping at her, not just jumping over the fare gate, like he claimed. Certainly looked like he was heading in her direction when she took him down. There's fare evaders everywhere. So we are in 22nd Street, even though the game doesn't think so. And I'm vaguely surprised it's letting me continue all the way into San Fran. 803. Close our doors again. I think this is 22nd Street. Yeah, it is. Off we go. So I do need to adjust some train times because we haven't seen another one for a while. And that freight wasn't really supposed to leave before we got up here. Oh, New York City crazies are a fun part of the subway, where someone gets in and screams their life story at the entire carriage, and it's as though they don't exist. Oh, I'm not surprised it's true, NYPD. It's unfortunate, but yes. I don't dispute it at all. Having ridden the New York subway, it is certainly full of some interesting people. Very interesting people. I'm sure they're lovely. This area is often a little bit of a homeless tent city under here. Oh, I actually lied. Look at that. It's 75 cents an hour to run the heating today. Yeah, flood warning. Riverine flood. Move to higher ground. For the Murray River. Well, that doesn't come anywhere near me. Why am I getting that? Why did I get a flood warning from a river that's nowhere near me? What's going on with that? Welcome to San Francisco, the blurry city. Did you see what that sign said back there? Downloading the entire internet, save it to the cloud. So that's basically downloading the internet and save it on the internet. Yeah, there's a mobile home and a car that just had a little bit of an issue together. Kind of funny. That's not red, is it? No, lucky me. Slightly horrified for a moment there. But we are now coming into San Francisco, and you can see what I mean. I need to adjust some times because we're quite empty here. We don't want it to look empty. We want a couple of trains in here when we come in. So we need to adjust some of those. Plus they were banking up back down around Burlingame and San Mateo. There were a lot of them all together. We don't want that. So I will fix the scenario live. I may even start playing it again. We shall see. Alright, San Francisco, 8:07. Got all my times, so we can fix the scenario relatively easily. It did look like it was published as a statewide warning in JTE, but that's really unusual. It's like 600 kilometers from me, that river. It is not going to flood my house. Not today. Alright, the game does not know that we have reached the end of the scenario, but we in fact have. So we'll just jump out now. And we will go back to the main menu. Yes. and let's have a crack at fixing this thing. And making up the changes that I want to make. Now, because we just ran a fairly complex scenario, and we're about to edit a fairly complex scenario, there is one thing that I really strongly recommend that you do, which is start the game again so that you've got clean memory coming into this. Now, I've never had a problem with Train Sim World 3 going from scenario to scenario to scenario to scenario that I've made. So it's possible, likely, that the issue's actually resolved. But when I'm editing complex scenarios like this one, where there's a lot of trains, I'll always go out and come back in again. Because it just makes life better. I have to wait a little while, but that's all right. Not really a big deal. While we load up. Spin, spin, spin. Go back to our quiz while we wait.
Shall we play a game?
Last one. Has anybody figured it out? Anybody know where it is? No? No? What do you think? There's only one place it could be. There's only one place. Streamed that route so many times. All right. Creators Club, Scenario Planner, Peninsula Corridor, CalTrain Whopper. Edit. God, wouldn't you be sad if you pressed that delete button? Anyway, there's a few things we need to do. So, we need to add another service at CMOF. Oh, good one, NJTE. Yes, it's a junction. What were we going to do? We were going to put at CMOF, weren't we? In fact, we've got 3 tracks there. CMOF refueling track 2. Okay, let's put a train in there. San Jose Duridan track 7. Now, we came past CMOF. I only want this train to sit there. So we came past CMOF, yeah, pretty much straight away, about 6:33. So let's bung this in there. And let's make it a 2-cat. And it'll have 4 Nippon cars. And this will be, what are we up to? AI 19, aren't we? So this is CMOF, San Jose, AI 19, pack. Still got that bug, clearly. AI 19. And 10 o'clock will do for this because I don't want it to go anywhere. I just want it to sit there. And let's add another one. Let's fill CMOF up a little bit because CMOF looked a bit boring and empty. CMOF track 7, track 3, I don't really care where it's going as long as it's not the track that I'm on. This can be a Bubby Bullet. And Cars by 5. CMOF, San Jose. It's not really going anywhere, so we'll just call it AI 20. And leave that at 12 o'clock because, like I said, it's not going to go anywhere. And let's fill up the other CMOF tracks just to make them look a bit busier. Now, is this one going to go north? No, they all go south. Let's put a freight train in there. Look a bit weird in CMOF, but that's okay. 2 light locomotives will look lovely. CMOF, San Jose, AI, 21, 12 o'clock's fine. To freight, confirm. Now, putting these in might actually break it because we're putting a lot of trains in here. CMOF track 9, San Jose train track 6. Confirm the service. This can be another little fella. We can have 2 of these maybe. CMOF SJ AI 22. 12 o'clock's fine. It's not going to go anywhere. So let's leave it passenger. Now, we just hope they don't block anything. Okay, now, what else were we going to do? We were going to adjust some train times at San Francisco. That was a clear one. And Santa Clara, San Jose, we don't have anything in that little spot, did we? It was a bit empty. So let's add a train leaving Santa Clara because it was a bit quiet and empty through that stretch there. Santa Clara, Santa Clara. Can we not have a train leaving Santa Clara? It doesn't look like we can. Yes, we can. Santa Clara Track 2. Now, we've got Santa Clara Track 3. Ah, this is the one that was sitting there, wasn't it? Okay, let's go back. Santa Clara Track 3. So we want SC, SJ packs, AI5. Edit details, I think, to get the time. 6:50. Yeah, so that's why that train was just sitting there. That's way too late. Let's make that 6:30, so it's the same as our train. We got in there at 6:36. If I make it 6:35, it should depart while we're still at Santa Clara. So I think... No, let's make it 6:30 so we see it earlier. So that fixes that one. Now we had... excuse me. Can we put in a freight near Lawrence? Can we? Let's find out. Not actually sure, because there's more tracks at Lawrence. So if we go Lawrence Track 2, Lawrence Track 3, so that's in the platform. But Lawrence Track 2, it's probably not going to let me put a long train here, though. Let's just say Redwood Junction... And Redwood Junction control west siding. Yeah, fine. Now, what are you going to let me put here? Probably nothing. No, nothing. What about a light engine? Can I have a light engine? Yeah, I can have one light locomotive. Okay. So this is... LA to Redwood Yard, wasn't it? Freight AI 23. It's not going to go anywhere. We're just going to leave it sit there so it doesn't get in the way. I won't put another one on the other Lawrence track because that'd be a bit boring. What else did we want to do? Add at Mountain View 3 and 4. We're going to see if we can put something at Mountain View that are not the game tracks. Mountain View Track 1, Track 2. Now, where did we stop on Mountain View? Where's my other little note? Mountain View. We stopped on Track 1. So it looks like you can't use the other two tracks that are sitting off to the right at Mountain View. Because they'd be Tracks 3 and 4. I'm not actually sure what they're used for. But you can't put trains there, so we can't do anything for that. So let's have a look at some of our others. So... let's have a look at all the San Francisco departures for a start. But I think we might need... So that's Millbrae MT1, so that's that siding. Let's have a look for any sidings that we haven't used. Because I think we could probably put in a bit more. California Avenue, so that's a station. Hillsdale, Lawrence... That is a siding, but all you could put in there's a light loco, so there's because it's only 15 metres, so there's not much point. Curious why it's in metres, actually. It should be in yards. It's playing in yards. That's interesting. That's a bug. But anyway, Newell Yard. Here we go. So we've got one train in Newell Yard. Let's put a couple of other trains in Newell Yard that don't go anywhere. So this goes to San Francisco. Yep, that's fine. Confirm the service. Let's put a... It's like a manifest because they're a bit different. So a manifest empty. So this is... Where are we going from? What we were going from. Back. I messed that up because I forgot where we were going. Where we came from. Newell Yard, that's right. So Newell Yard Track 7, which goes to San Francisco. And we want to manifest. The reason I choose manifest is they just look a bit different. You'll do fine. So Newell Yard, San Francisco Yard. I just want to make it look busier with these, so I don't want them to actually run because they'll just get stuck in front of us. AI, we're up to 23. 12 o'clock's fine. Freight. Now there's another Newell Yard, so let's fill that up. Let's make it look nice and busy at Newell Yard. And same, we'll send you through to that place too. We don't care. And this one, what are we running this one? Auto racks. Okay, you can be auto racks. New yard, SF yard, freight, AI 24, 12 o'clock's fine. Actually, just to, so the dispatcher doesn't freak out, just change the time on that one. Right, now, can we use the San Francisco yard better? Can we fill that up a little bit? San Francisco, no, it doesn't look like we can, but what we can do is change some of those services up there. Oh, in San Jose Diridan, we wanted to put some trains in here that aren't going to go anywhere. See them off track 7's fine. And we'll set these to depart after us. So this will be, just put this one as a Cat 2 with 5 cars empty. So this is San Jose to Seamoff, Axe, AI 25, and 12 o'clock's fine on this one too, because we don't want to see it leave and we don't want to run the risk of it getting in our way. We just want to have some more trains sitting in San Jose so it doesn't look so awful and empty. I think we're on track 3, so why don't we go track 2? You can go to Seamoff as well, even though you're not, we know you're not going to go, so that's fine. And make this one a baby bub. Greasy pig, empty. 6 empty, that'll do. San Jose, Seamoff, Axe, AI 26. Ooh, this is a big scenario. And what else do we want to do? We've used all the yards, we've filled up those stations. We need to adjust some of the times at San Francisco. And I want to put in a couple of other trains. We've got 725, 730, 735, 735, 740. Alright, so that's all of those. Let's change some of these San Francisco ones a bit. So let's put them all. Let's add half an hour to all of them actually, because we didn't get to San Francisco until 8:07 and we filled up the line too much. So let's change this to 7:30. 7:30 will be fine. Confirm, and this one now, change this to 7:35. Confirm, and we'll change this one. Add 30 minutes, 7:45. This one, add 30 minutes, change it to 7:50. Now this is the manifest freight, so I'm actually going to leave that one alone because I was happy with where that one turned up, but I am going to fix this one. So let's take this up, plus 30 minutes will be 7:55, and this one, change this to 8 o'clock. Now, we do want some of these to get out earlier because we want to see them. So we've got 2 trying to leave at 7:35 at the same time. So that's not much good. So let's bring you back to 7:25. And we'll leave you at 7:35. Well, that conflicts with that one up there. We haven't got one at 7:40. So let's make this one 7:40. Now, let's just save that. And now let's come back in again. Because the next thing I want to do, yes, NJTE, the Harlem dispatcher was a little special. It's been fixed now, I think. Let's put in, where didn't we see a lot of trains? We didn't see much around California Avenue. We didn't see anything until Menlo Park. So let's add a train from Menlo Park. Now, at Menlo Park, we were on track what? We were on track 1. So at Menlo Park, now we've got a one on track 2. All right, so we've already got one coming out of Menlo Park. So let's come back a little bit. Let's put one on Palo Alto. Wrong way. Palo Alto starts with P. Now, in Palo Alto, we were on track 1, so we'll put it on Palo Alto track 2. And we'll send him to San Jose track 5. Why not? Who cares? San Jose Duridan track 5. I'm going to make him stop everywhere. I'm just trying to make that end of the route a bit busier because it was so quiet. And that looks good. And we'll make it a 2-cat with 6 cars, and you should be loaded. So this is Palo Alto to San Jose, PAX, AI. What are we up to? 27. I think 27? It's 27. And we came through Palo Alto at... Can't find the time. Came through Redwood at 7:15. I didn't write down the Palo Alto time, you know that? Either that or we didn't stop at Palo Alto, one or the other. But anyway, if we come through Redwood at 7:15, let's bring this back to 7 o'clock so we'll see it. It's not player controlled. Will that work? 7 o'clock? No, I think I want to come back earlier. 6:45, so we see it. All right, that's that one. Now let's add something. What about around California Avenue? Can we do that? Yes. So California Avenue, we're on track 1, so we'll go on track 2. And we'll add something in here to San Jose track 6. Who cares? Fine. Stop all stations naturally. And we'll put this one so it leaves there at the same time we did, which is 6:30. So this will make that end of the route noisier again, which will be what we want. So this is California Avenue, San Jose, PAX, AI. We're up to 29? I think we're up to 29. Whoa. And this one we want 6:30. Which is the same time we run out. Not player controlled. It is a passenger. So we've fixed up the other end of the line. We fixed up this end of the line. I'm going to need somewhere in the middle. Need a couple of services. So what about Millbrae's a bit far up. Hillsdale. Haywood Park. Let's add in a service at Haywood Park. And we went through Haywood Park on track 1, so let's put it on Haywood Park track 2. So it should be a southbound service. It is. Let's put him into track 8 because we haven't used that very much. All right, yep, you can go everywhere. You can go right to the end of the line. Not that we really care. And we want you to stop everywhere. I want you to get in the way of all these other trains. This is number 30, isn't it? So Haywood Park, 7:29 is when we want to, is when we came out. So I'll make this a 2-cat, and we'll make it a 6 loaded. This is Haywood Park, San Jose, PAX. This is really AI number 30. I'm going to have to count these and check because I don't want to make a claim that I've put 30 trains in a scenario and then discover it's not. Now we came through at 7:29, so if I bring that back to 7, let's just say 7:25, so it's on the move when we get there. Or do you want to see it a bit earlier? Let's see it a bit earlier, actually. Let's make it 7:10, so we see it coming through, because that was a quiet area of the scenario. We've fixed up the San Francisco end. I think the timing will be better around San Francisco itself now, but we have delayed a couple of those trains, so it won't be as busy. So let's put one in at Millbrae at the airport. Now at Millbrae we came through on track 4. So we've got one on Millbrae track 5. Well, let's leave that alone. Let's start one then at South San Francisco instead of Millbrae. That'll be fine. It's pretty close. South San Francisco, we came through on track 1, so it'll be on track 2. And we'll send you... What do we want you to be? You could be a freight, couldn't you? You could have another freight. Why not? Let's have another freight. Chuck you in the siding to get you out of the way so we don't block anything up. So we make it a GP38 or an MP15 little freight. Let's make it a little freight. Actually, they're a bit slow. No, who cares? I care. GP38. Yeah, we can't have much of a train here, can we? Well, we haven't had any light locomotives, so let's do an elephant. Why not? So this was South San Francisco to Redwood Yard, and it's an elephant, and it's AI. I'm going to say it's AI 30. Now, South San Francisco, we came through there at 7:49. So let's set this for 7:45 so it's moving. Done. Now, how many AIs do we really have? Let's have a quick look now that I've saved it. So it's AI 1, AI 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've got two 12s. Okay, we've got to come back to one of the 12s. Can't have two 12s. 13, 14, 15. That's really 16. 17. We haven't got an 18. Okay, so this can be an 18. And we'll give Greasy Pig a number as well, because Greasy Pig hasn't got a number, I don't think. No, so we'll come back and give Greasy Pig a number. 16, 17, we've got an 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. There's two 23s. Okay, 24, 25, 26, 27. There's no 28, so actually let's make Greasy Pig number 28. Greasy Pig Express. AI 28, confirm, and one of these will be, there's 26, 27, we've got 28 up there, 29, 30, so we've got two 30s, so we'll make this one 31. And we had another one up here that was doubled up, one of the 23s, there we go. That'll be 32. 32 active services. All right. Do I want to play it again? Do I want to play it again right now? Yes, I do. Do you want to watch? There's a question. Let's go back to the quiz.
Shall we play a game?
Do you want me to tell you where it is? There you go. Oakland Junction. Alrighty. And no one actually identified that we were joining the San Francisco key system. That's okay. Right. Let me just yell at my munchkins for a moment. Right, back. Let's start it off. I'm feeling brave. Play. What's gonna happen, do you think? Will it explode? Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. No, it didn't explode. But what am I in? Oh, I've accidentally ticked one of those to be passenger, to be player controlled. Yes, it is interurbans joining up with trolleys. You're right. Oh, I messed that up. This is why I do actually put player 1 on my player train, so that when I mess that up, I can just go back and tick it, because I always know which one it was, because it's player 1. All right. Save. Start. Go. Why were we AI 23? Because I accidentally ticked it. Because I'm a dickhead. Unlock doors. Right. Let's get cracking. Boink. Uckers, no. Gauge, yes. Nothing else needs to be on here. I don't want the dynamic brakes cut out. Yeah, you're in isolate, so I can start you. Don't think the HEP has a sound anymore. But we can see if it's on, because if we go outside, you can see it's on because the little exhaust flap's open. That's the head end power. Alright. Bright lights. Almost ready to load passengers. Now we should have lots of trains around here now. Yeah, we've got a couple of trains in here, which is fantastic. Good. Doesn't look as dead anymore. Would have been nice if one of them was facing Gilroy, but that's okay. They won't go anywhere because neither of us is due out till about 12 o'clock. Let's cut the brakes in. Release. Away we go. Now we should see a bunch of trains at Seamoth too. Bright's alright during the day. I don't mind that. You're not powering, so clearly we were still interlocked. Let's go now. Still interlocked. Let's have a look. We're white now. Too eager. What haven't I done? Why do I not... Oh, you know what it is? It didn't believe the rail driver again. There we go. It didn't believe I'd gone into forward. It is a bit bright on the faces, isn't it? But on dim you don't get the flashing lights. Unfortunately. Absolutely correct, NJTE. I was in neutral, but I had actually put it in forward on the rail driver. And it seems that that doesn't always work. Just keep the power gently on. Don't want to get too fast through here. Heading for Santa Clara. There's some trains in Seamoth. Doesn't it look better? That looks heaps better to me. I just like seeing trains everywhere. I hate seeing empty yards. Yeah, it is a pain in the arse, isn't it, NJTE? How do you do it? You just press the button on the dash. So sitting over in Seamoth now. Oops. We've got a couple of passenger trains. Got some light engines sitting around. Well, that's an interesting combination. I don't recall doing that. Okay. What about over this side? We've got a train. And we've got our little single. Yep. So that looks good. Pretty happy with this so far. It's not a red for us. That's fine. Ours is green. And that train that we saw stuck at the first station shouldn't be stuck at the first station anymore. Well, the first station you can do anything with anyway. Do you know what? I'm pretty sure that you used to be able to route trains through College. Maybe you can only do it when they're southbound. Maybe you can't do it when they're northbound. Yeah, I was having a chat with another player the other day who struggles to find the light switches and was interested in a tutorial for every single locomotive that showed you where the light switches are. And I was thinking... yeah, it wouldn't be hard to build, but it would probably take me a week. Because not only would I have to load all the DLC, I'd actually have to go through into every single locomotive. So I understand why he needs it. There we go. We've got some freight sitting up here, which is fantastic. This yard looks a little more used now. Good deal. And they won't go anywhere. They're just going to sit here. Now, we've still got this little MP15 light engine that I don't remember putting in anywhere. But maybe I did. Because it shouldn't just appear by itself, but who knows. I can speed up too, a little, even though we're stopping soon. A Canadian National hopper. Lovely. BNSS hopper. Lots of variety there. It's actually not that NJTE. It's 79 mile an hour because over 80 mile an hour you have to have cab signalling. Now, interestingly, on the flirts, they actually do have cab signalling, which may mean, I've not seen anything announced about it, but it may mean that the flirts are going to run over 79 mile an hour. It's conceivable. And something I would love to see on this route, give it some time, they've got plenty of other things to do, but I'd love to see this route re-released again with upgrade to TSW3 skies and lighting with the electrification. I'd buy it. Because effectively it's a new route, new trains. And it'd be a totally different character. I reckon it would be really cool. Did I hear seagulls then, or a monkey? Don't know. Just while we're loading passengers, let's go look at our freight trains. These must be subbing in, because I definitely told it I wanted the UP, so they must be just subbing. Because I deliberately only chose stuff that comes on... It does look nice and grubby, doesn't it? Do they used to look that grubby? I like it. Close doors. Here we go. Did I tell them to be Canadian National? Did I mess that up? I will have to have a look at that and fix that because I want it to be all Peninsula Corridor stuff. Because I don't want people to have other DLC to run this scenario. I mean, they could be subbing in, because I did actually always choose the UP, but I suppose in the formations I might have ended up choosing something different, but I wouldn't have thought the formation should show you anything other than what you picked. And I thought I unticked off the rails. So I shouldn't actually be seeing anything else. But you can... subs still appear on some routes when you don't tick off the rails. Because anything that can replace that locomotive will come in. On our way to Lawrence. Sunny Lawrence. And I think we should see something else on the way to Lawrence. So we should see something moving. If we don't, I will add something in, because I want to see some movement. I don't want to see just all static stuff everywhere. But I think we told something to leave Lawrence, so we should see it. Got a yellow. Oh, that's right. Track change for Lawrence. That's fine. California high-speed rail will use Peninsula Corridor to get to or from San Francisco, so probably 110 operation on the corridor. Yeah, possible. It'd be interesting to see how that goes, won't it? Be interesting to see if California high-speed rail ever actually happens too. We keep talking about Melbourne-Sydney high-speed rail, but we haven't had it. You reckon 110 is the highest you can go for a crossing? I hadn't heard that. But happy to believe it. Have no reason not to. I slowed down a little early for the track change, I think. It's okay. Yeah, they built a train here for high-speed rail between Melbourne and Sydney, but as far as I know, it's never actually run. It was a demonstrator thing. For all I know, it might not even be powered. It might have just been pretend. So the carriages are real and nothing else was. I slowed down for the track change a bit early. It's just up here. That was sad. Ooh, window shut. No wonder it's so quiet. Oh, let's be completely unsafe. What's wrong with the doors open? There we go. That's about as un-Californian as you can get. Remove all safety. Peninsula Corridor's getting electrification because California's moving away from fossil fuels by 2025. So all California-owned businesses, including railways, need to be off fossil fuels by 2025. That's all California state-owned. And CalTrain is state-owned. Does use some UP trackage. That'll be an interesting thing, actually. How do they manage the UP trains running slower with 110-mile trains? I think we're going to need a train coming out earlier out of Lawrence, because that was a fairly long time that we didn't see anything. This guy should leave while we're here. So we probably want to see a train at Santa Clara, maybe. Ah, that little MP15 looks nice just sitting there, doesn't it? Out in the middle. Are you thinking of the Australian XPT NJTE? Our XPT is the English HST. It's pretty close anyway. It's not quite the same. Now that other guy should leave. Because we came in here last time at 6:43 and I told him to leave at 6:40. So why is he still there? Why is it so? Has he got a red light? He does have a red light, so there's something in his way, so he's not going to leave. Alright. He's just stuck then. I'm not going to bother trying to fix that, because we've seen a train at least. That's the important thing. I have learnt the hard way that if you try and fix things like that, you could mess around for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and get nowhere, and it's just not that important. Let's go. Bye-bye, Lawrence. Yeah, one of the interesting things about our XPT is it does actually travel at 160 kilometres an hour, which is, what, about 120 mile an hour, 125 mile an hour, something like that. So it actually gets along at a pretty fair speed, but it's not powerful. So at either end, there's two challenges. At either end, for the first, I think coming out of Melbourne, it's limited to about 60 kilometres an hour until Footscray. Then it's limited to 100 kilometres an hour until it gets out onto its own line. And when it gets out onto its, well, it's not its own line, it's the freight line. When it gets out onto that, it can run at full speed if there's no freight in front of it. When it gets towards Sydney, it gets into the mountains. And because it's not powerful, it just slows down to a crawl, which is kind of crap. 100 mile an hour, fair enough. That makes sense, actually. It's 1.6, isn't it? 1.6 kilometres for every mile. Now, because that first train's stuck, this second train's stuck. So I might have to fix the first one, because we don't want to see things sitting around on the route like this. That's just boring. You want to see stuff moving. So I might have to go back and fix that. What I'll do with that one, rather than try and figure out why it's stuck, because it's probably one of those CMOF trains that's making it stuck, or actually, you know what it might be? Let me see what platforms those two trains were supposed to go into, because if I've put a train in their platforms, they won't be able to go anywhere. Yeah, let me check that, make sure I haven't it's 640 for that train, NJT. But what I might have done is I might have put another train in its platform that's not going to leave till 12, so it'll just sit there because it can't go anywhere. So I'll check its platforms, but the other thing I could do is move it to Santa Clara, so that way we'd see that train moving and we'd see the train we just passed moving, so that would solve that problem as well. So I'll have a look at those. Sunnyvale 1.1, and I haven't gone on to the other track yet, so I'm only allowed to do 50 mile an hour. This is weird. Stream's been running for 4 hours now. Stay at 50 for the moment, so we don't put people's lunches and coffee everywhere, or their breakfast. As soon as the back of the train's through those points, which it is, we can throttle up a little bit, but we're going to have to stop for Sunnyvale soon anyway. There we go. Initial reduction. I hear a plane. Where is the plane? There it is. Full service for Sunnyvale crossing. Longer. All right. When your train brake's not want to stop you, go the independent. Turn off the JD. So who saw on Twitter that Rivet's teasing a red train? I don't know that Rivet have made any red trains apart from the Arosa, and it's not the Arosa. Be interesting to see if they're releasing another one. There's two things happening with the Gilroy services NJTE. There will be, I think it's 1 train per hour will still be diesel hauled throughout from San Francisco all the way to Gilroy. And they're keeping a couple of the MP36s for that. And there will be some additional shuttle services from San Jose to Gilroy. Alright, away we go again. Mountain View, next stop. It's like doing a whole shift. Ah, the leak route. Let me see if I can find the tweet and I'll show you. There it is. Can you guess the train? Of course, you know what my reply was? I said a red one. Yeah, I'd go German diesel. German or Swiss. Or Austrian. Something of that region anyway. For sure. Next stop, Mountain View. Ooh, I didn't unlock the doors. What a wally. It'll be interesting to see what it is in JTE, if it's an existing loco or if it's just something you're hinting at. They don't seem to like their hints, don't they? In fact, lately that kind of seems to be how stuff's getting announced. Here's an accidental hint. Accidental, sure. I think the only accidental one was JD with TSW3, because the look on his face was, oh no. Ah, finally a moving train. Now I'm happy. I've seen a moving train. I've seen full yards and a moving train. I could forgive the two non-moving ones if I can't get them going, since the rest of it's working well so far. So if anybody who's watching is also playing the game, what route are you playing? Or if you're just playing another game, you can tell me about that one too. That's fine. Well, they sort of work. A DB245, you think, NJTE? Yeah, I can get the tweet up again. Let me just get... I'll get it loading and then I'll... That'll do. Good enough since I was trying to get a tweet at the same time. Let me just find it. Looks like Union Workshop are teasing something too. That's Union Workshop if you didn't know. That's the little Kias. But anyway, let's see if we can find rivets again. Rivet games. There you go. What do you think? I see another train. Just watching out the window because I've got relatives coming at some point. Yeah, good luck in your quest, NJTE. It'll be interesting to see if you find something that matches it. Next stop, California Avenue. That'll do. Not too fussed about stopping spots at the moment. Good to hear the compressor working hard. Ah, this would be a collectible. Or a route task, as they are called these days. The non-wheel blurring system does funny things if you look at it through a fence. What's the other shunter in the game? 420? It's 363, I think the 420, there's the G6, is it the 423? There's a bunch of German shunters. Did Rivet build the one that runs at mainline speeds? I don't remember. Because there's two. There's the G6 and one of the 420s runs at mainline. Hello, Alto. Gotta be pretty happy with that stop. Just getting screenshots for the description. In fact, there's another one I want to get up there when we leave. Where's the sun behind me? Try and get it lined up so it's straight. That'll do. It's definitely moving because I just saw the countdown to Menlo Park go down. So it's on its way. Here it comes. I can hear it now. Menlo Park. Loading, loading, loading. Oh, didn't get him in time. Let's annoy you instead. I'm not getting honked at. They're being very patient. clearly they recognise that the railway employee is in fact in charge. Did I do that too soon? That's better. See, he can go, not you. It's fair, isn't it? Public transport for the win. Hey, look, the train actually reflects in the car quite nicely. Well done, whoever did that. There you go, you can go now. Go on, off you go. Get out of here. Go on, nick off. Whoa, big drift through the tree. What's the school bus going to do? Drift through the tree. So the cars can go around it. 3.2 miles to Redwood City. For the second time today. Oop, crossing. Honk. How do you switch to miles? Ah. In options, settings. General, I think. No, it's not general. Hardened gameplay. There we go. Imperial distance unit, yards or feet, automatic. I have it in yards, and measurement units is normally automatic, so imperial metric, but I usually leave it on automatic and it's set by the route itself. There you go. Thank you for the question, T-Rex. I know when TSW3 came out, the routes were in feet, which is good if you're using the countdown thing in the locomotives, but I tend not to, so I set it back to yards because I prefer yards. What am I slowing down for? Here's our little stationary freight train that would actually follow us a little bit later on, but we won't see that happen. He's sitting here to make sure a yard doesn't look empty. Oh, has he got his lights on? No, so he's not going out for a while if he hasn't got his lights on. You're welcome, T-Rex. Now arriving at Redwood City, stopping a little early. Doors open. This is fairly a long sitting. Hope you guys are playing games or watching music or something while you're doing this. Or listening to music, I should say. Off you go, greasy pig. Off to San Carlos. Vampire City. These ones don't have a sequencer, do they? .7 miles to San Carlos. In the elevated section of the tracks. Carefully designed to spread the noise as much as possible throughout this residential area. I tried to set and forget, but it was going to stop too early. It's a bit of a pity you can't put a train down there. That'd be fun. Just have one sitting down there. MP15 in a flat car or something. T-Rex asks, if you have pulled 3 trains pulling a big load, does it matter to turn on the other trains, like put them into gear to go faster? No, because they'll be controlled for you if they're connected to your locomotive. If they aren't connected to your locomotive, then you need to turn on banking comm. Train. So CalTrain Peninsula Corridor doesn't have banking comm, but on the others, on the radio, it's the push to talk button. Press that and it turns on banking comm. So if the locos are connected to your locomotive, if they're all in the front, you don't need to do it. If they are in the middle or at the back, then turn on banking comm before you put the reverser into the front one. And what that does is it copies whatever commands you do on the front one to the others. If you have a look at my tutorial on setting up for Cajon Pass, that takes you through it. So the introduction to the ES44 C4 tutorial will take you through setting up banking com and all that sort of thing. And it's the same on all of them. So door's closed. And off we go. Good to see the rest of my trains in the scenario are actually moving now. It's a good thing. There's that 23 again. It's getting windy. We're having some dynamic California weather. It's gone from sunny to being sunny and windy. That's about summary. It sums up the weather in this area. It's either sunny or it's sunny and windy. Or sunny and foggy. We do get fog down here. .9 to Belmont. Now we're starting to see some more trains. It's busying up, which would make sense because it's getting later in the day. This would be one of the tech special ones, I think, the expresses. Not that he's going that fast because he's stuck behind another one. It's the problem with putting a stopping in front of the expresses. The expresses catch up with the stopping train. Then they turn into stopping trains too, but not usually in stations, just outside them. Bit much. Unlock the doors, left side. Oi, I want to be inside the shelter, don't chuck me out. That's the whole point of coming in here, is to have a look. Don't copy what I'm doing if you're driving a freight train too, T-Rex. Keep it in notch 3 for quite a lot longer and then notch up one at a time. On passenger, you go to 3 until the train's stretched and then go straight to 8. Because passenger trains are short and can cope with the stresses. And they need to drive that way to keep to the timetable. Coming up on Hillsdale, and we are making... yeah, probably about the same time we were on the first run, so I guess that's not that surprising. This might be my longest stream ever, you know that? Just saying. I kind of think it is. It is actually going to hit 5 hours by the time we get to San Francisco, I think. Because we're probably 25-30 minutes out. In my playlists, T-Rex, you'll find ones for tutorials, for TSW3 tutorials. It's the one for the ES44C4. I've just started this braking. I'll just go to my channel. I'll get you a link. Just got to keep an eye on the braking so I don't mess that up too much. Let me get the train stopped. Actually, I kind of think it's going to stop fine all by itself, so I'll just leave it alone. And let me find this for you. It's 44C4, that's the one. Copy. There you go, T-Rex. Oop, you stopped a little bit early. That's alright. Better than not at all. So that tutorial should have an introduction to the safety systems and banking comm in it. If for some reason it doesn't, let me know and I'll have a hunt. Welcome to the game, by the way. It's good fun. It's a bit to learn, but it's good fun. Off we go to Hayward Park. Excuse me, munching in front of you guys. It's just been going for a while. Getting hungry. I shall mute, though. Not that mean. Best stop ever. Where are we in the route? 2/3. I thought I could hear someone at the front door then, but I guess not. Let's have a look and see what phone says. Phone says no one. By the looks of it. Yep. Off to San Mateo. San Mateo is one of the many areas where you can cross the San Francisco Bay. It's probably the least busy of them. So if you're visiting the area, go across the San Mateo Bridge. It's more of a causeway. It's got a bridge in it, but most of it's a causeway. Left the braking a little late then, but I think I'm going to get away with it. Oh, how's that? It's kind of sad when you're vaguely impressed with yourself when you manage something like that. Just bring it back to initial reduction just to pump the train up. Get the brake pipe pressure back up. Then we can go. Bye-bye, San Mateo. Hello, Burlingame. Still think those poles are too close. They don't hit the train, but I don't know that anybody would let poles get that close to their loading gauge. Hello, Burlingame. That's a better angle. It's a long stop, this one. Very long stop. Look at the traffic lights flickering away over there. Just the right spot. Does it feel like my brakes are on a little bit? It's because they are. Next stop, San Francisco International Airport, Millbrae. Change for BART and flights to pretty much everywhere. Last time we were visiting San Francisco, we stayed not that far from Millbrae for the first couple of days. Lived in a B&B with a crazy lady. I think she was very lonely and she ran a B&B to have friends. Don't know about you, but I love being hit in the face with a tree. How are we going for the timetable? This looks alright. We're going to come into Millbrae at just about the same time as we did before. It's good. San Francisco International Airport, Millbrae. change for planes to pretty much anywhere, and BART for the Bay Area Rapid Transit System. Now, last time we came in here, there was a train stuck here. Seem to have fixed that, because there isn't now. So spreading the trains out that are coming from San Francisco has helped with that, I think. Bloop. Where's the plane? There it is. You can see a little bit of the airport. That's the hotels around the airport, and there's the control tower over there. All of that is the big building around the airport. So if you actually want to get to the airport from here, you jump on this platform, jump on the BART train, because the BART trains actually go right into the airport, whereas CalTrains do not. I have had my relatives appear. This is where BART pops out of its underground little tunnels to the airport. Actually, no, it's where it goes into the elevated section to the airport, sorry. Next stop, San Bruno. Hello. Uh-oh, can overrun. More brakes. Loading up. I think we're having an earthquake. Nope, it's another train. UP elephants. Off to South San Francisco now. I just realised some of that industry actually floats above the scenery till you get closer to it. There's another train. Canadian National. Such grand camera work there, not. Oh, it's this station. The one we blew through last time. Better not do that again. So I never think it's a station, it's just this skinny little platform. I wonder if northbound trains actually stop here in reality. Can't say I've ever noticed, I'll have to look it up. Sounds like that one's leaving. And the freight should follow it out because we changed its time to be about now, but it'll have to wait till that one clears the block. And I think that one behind it, the passenger train, should get given priority by the dispatcher too. One that's coming in now. So the freight train will just have to wait until all the passenger trains get out of the way. Why do they face away? How weird. So that one's pulling up to these signals and waiting now for the other one to get out of the block. That one should get to go soon enough. There it goes. I'm not sure if it's one of the ones that stops at South San Fran, but or if it's an express. And I think after that one necks off, I can't see anything else coming, so that freight should get out then. Not far to go now. Next, so the freight train might get held up waiting for this passenger train. Thick and fast now. And we have a yellow, which means sometime in the not too distant future. It's yellow over green, so we'll be changing tracks. Just got to come down to 50 mile an hour. Good enough. Track change as predicted. There goes one at full fang, so adjusting all those times in the northern end of the timetable has really helped keep them moving. So they're not all banked up anymore, which is good to see. Sitting around at signals, because that's boring. You want to see moving trains, not boring trains. Just sticking below 50 to, we'll have another track change in the not too distant future. We've also got our stop for Bayshore coming up. off hunting for a cat by the sounds of things. Time to stop for Bayshore. Looks like the scenario is working pretty well so far. There was a couple of things at the start to check, so I need to make sure that all the locos are actually from Peninsula Corridor. So if those things are just subbing in by themselves, that's fine, because they won't do it when I publish. Unless the other people have got the same locos. And I need to look at that train that was at Lawrence that was stuck. Just check its time and check its path and make sure it's not going into a platform that's got a train sitting in it, which is what I suspect. Because I think its time was right, but I suspect it's going to a platform that's full, so it can't do it. So it's just sitting there. I mean, it's not a disaster if it still just sits there, but I'll have a look. And then hopefully this afternoon, when the storm comes, I won't be able to do anything outside, I'll give it another run and then pop it up onto Creators Club. (22nd Street, next stop. Which I think gives us 22nd Street and then San Fran, and that's it. Ah yes, the times are much better now, because look, everything's moving. It's really good. Very happy. But after I make those other changes at the start, I will give it another run, because you never quite know what little tiny tweak will upset the dispatcher and make something not work. So when you're first setting up a scenario, what I'd suggest is go hard, go fast, put as much in as you want. But once you get it to the point where it almost works, what I usually do is I actually copy it, and then I'll still edit the original, but I'll keep the copy. So if something goes wrong, I've got something I can go back to. Because unpicking a mistake can be very, very time consuming. Sometimes it's easy to just give up. 2.6 miles. Well, there's a tree going out of the roof. Impressive. 2.5 miles to 22nd Street. Thank you for sticking with the stream for so long. It's been rather a long one. We are in our 5th hour. 5 hours, 15 minutes. It's been a very long one. I think probably the longest I've ever done, to be honest. Don't think I've done one. I don't think I've ever hit 5 before. Hopefully you're not hearing the background voices coming through. It doesn't look like they're making it out, so... Well, there was something in front of us. It's green now. Might have been that freight train crossing our path, I guess, because I don't think we've caught up with anything. Next stop is South San Francisco. Alright, 22nd Street. That's actually not a bad little, that'll be good for the scenario. Off we go to San Francisco. Welcome to the people who have just joined in. You're joining in kind of right at the end. I'm just finishing testing the second run through the scenario I built earlier, which has got 32, 33 trains, something like that running. Oh, including the player train, 34 trains, including the player train. And it seems to mostly work. I've got a couple of tweaks to make before I publish it. And I want to do another test run just to make sure those tweaks don't disturb anything. And then we'll be good. Just got to watch my speed a little bit. I was just piling it on there like usual, but I shouldn't actually do that. Because not only do we have a yellow signal, we have a 40 limit, and we're coming up to a 25. So I'll just start bringing the speed down. Just got back into notch 1 to try and stretch the train out while we go through the curves. Just to keep it comfortable in the back there. So for those of you who have been riding along for 5 hours 21 minutes now, well done. I'm impressed. Kind of impressed I kept going this long, but there you go. And now coming into San Francisco, and I better drop my speed a lot. Just a lot. Because we have to get down to 10 mile an hour, don't we? For those last points. That'll do. We'll lose the rest of that speed. Ah, good. I did set it up well enough that there is actually a train in San Francisco. It's not empty completely. I actually thought I would have a couple here based on... Are we later? No, we're on time. I would have thought I would have had a couple of trains sitting in San Francisco. But maybe not. But there's one. It's waiting for us. As an example of one of those things where a little tweak could actually wreck your scenario too, because if that train had been in the way, I would have had to stop somewhere. Alright, let's go and get a San Francisco skyline screenshot for the end. It'll do fine. Be a bit more of a zoom in. There we go. I didn't realise they'd modelled the Bay Bridge. Clearly they have. And he was waiting for me. Now I was almost certain that I actually had a couple of trains that were going to leave after we came in, but that's okay. This station's never empty, so anybody that actually rides this line will know that this is never, ever, ever empty. that's okay. They'll survive. I don't think CalTrain actually have significant stabling yards, and they keep the trains in the San Francisco and San Jose platforms most of the time. So they'll come in the morning and most of them will just sit here for the next 8 hours waiting to go back again. Alright, this brings us to the end of our run. I will do those last couple of tweaks, but I'll do those off air, because I need to pay attention to my relatives or I will get yelled at, which is not something I want. And I want to pay attention to them anyway. Righto, welcome to San Francisco. From end of the line, get your stuff together and get off me train. And for those of you who've been watching, thanks very much. Did actually celebrate 900 subscribers this weekend, which is quite amazing. It's been an amazing growth just the last few months. It's been quite staggering. So really cool. Welcome aboard. I hope you get something that you like out of the channel and that you hang around. So thanks for being here. Thanks for coming. Thanks for watching today. And we shall see you a bit later. Bye now. Thanks for watching, folks. I hope you enjoyed it. I always like to get your feedback in the form of likes and comments because they help me understand what you want. Give the channel a subscribe and click on the tinkly things so you don't miss out on any new stuff. And thanks for your ongoing support. And please, be safe out there.